Let's see here. Oh, we got somebody in there. See if I can bring up the comments. Hey, Hensley, what are you doing, brother? Oh. Let's see here. I just thought that we would do something a little fun, like we're all the time talking about different equipment and stuff that we use and whatnot. And I thought it might be kind of cool to go over each individual piece that I kind of use and get your guys' take on, if you use it and what you think about it and stuff like that. But I think Ripley's sharing it out, and then we'll get a few guys to come up on the panel and we'll kind of go over each individual piece here. A few things I've been working on, I've been kind of excited about. Let's see. We'll go over a few things until we can get everybody in here. Everybody always uses the SV box. We use it a little bit. We use it in conjunction with our speakers that we cord in, or we also use it with our. Hey, Bubby. Hey, you care to come up on the panel, Hensley? So I'd have somebody to BS with, brother. You or Boots or somebody. Let me see if I can get Ripley to teach me how to put the link up here. Hey, hon. This tells you how much I stream. Me. So let's see. Maybe because I can't find her, maybe I can figure out how to do the make it a little straighter for you guys, and then maybe she can teach me how to send out the link. Let's see. Hey, through the veil. How you doing, sweetie?
Hang on.
You hit more?
Let me see. Shit. Hang on, guys. Ow.
Select all.
Send this link. Do you get? Hang on. Select all. Or share. Message.
What is this? What is this?
Go.
What are you doing, Judy Batootie? And then you can share it out.
He can share it out.
You need to get Hensley and Boots and them.
Yeah. Hensley, we shared it to your Twitter message.
Oh. So you took a trip? Val, where'd you go? I haven't been on, guys. Which I mean, you guys can probably hear it. I've been sick as all get out here for the past almost week. I haven't been feeling the best in the world. How do you share it in the comments, like for the panel, Hensley?
Let's look and see if anybody came up in your.
Yeah, I'm awful afraid I got the cooties.
She's
Yep.
been.
Do you want me to direct message you the?
No, I can get it.
Here, turn the camera which way?
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to.
What are you trying to do?
Find mine.
There you go.
There you go. Sorry,
Okay.
I stuck my finger.
Oh,
in
you're
the
fine.
camera.
Hey, Dave. Hey, Jax. If you don't care, hon, when you share that out and then it just comes up guest and you can hit guest right here where it shows that somebody's behind. There's Doris.
I'm trying to see if
You care to share it in the comments real quick?
I don't know if I can share it in the comments. I didn't. Let me see. It won't let me.
Can I minimize and then go to YouTube?
I don't know because you're. Uh,
Right.
see.
If I bring it up like that, go right there. Would that do it?
I don't. Let me see. There. I think that worked okay. There you go.
And then I got to go back to StreamYard. Too. There we go.
There you go. That should, yeah,
You're
put it out.
You're the greatest. Look at you.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I threw the link up there. If you don't care, Doris, jump up. Hensley, anybody who wants. That way we can just kind of have a round table on equipment that we're using. Did the link not work for you? Anybody? There we go. Well, hello, Vale.
Hello.
How you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're hanging right in there. I'm trying to get over the cooties. Hello, Vale.
Hang on a minute.
How you doing, sweetie?
That's me.
Oh, we're hanging right in there.
Okay, there we go. So you think you got the cooties?
Oh, it's been horrible. I sound like I've ate about 3 frogs.
Yeah, you sounded kind of rough there.
Oh, it's just been, this horrible fever and whatnot. It's been kicking my butt. We haven't been able to go out and do anything, which I've been working crazy hours too. And then on top of that, getting sick. It's been rough.
Ugh, that sucks. Hope you get to feeling better.
Oh, it's not that bad. It's just it's like every night I get my fever's been jumping up to like 102, 103, and then like during the day I feel pretty good. I don't feel too awful bad. You know what I mean? But
Right. How you doing, Ripley?
All right.
well, look at this. I got 2 pretty girls in here tonight. I'm batting 1,000.
The one on the end's prettier.
Sit. I think I'm gonna let my hair grow back out.
Really?
Hello.
I like it short, but
Hello.
hello.
I told her she can't let it grow now because that's her brand. That's what she looks like.
Yeah, that's her signature thing. You done messed up now, girl.
Yep. Now you have to keep it.
Cut it off again.
I think my head would get cold in the wintertime, though.
It does get cold, and I don't look right with beanies. Without hair. I guess I could buy a wig.
Yeah, I guess you could. Make sure you get a good one, though.
So Doris, you gonna come up here and BS with us? So I'm not outnumbered, or Jax. One of you guys, so I'm not the only guy up here.
Ha ha ha.
I can get Jax up there here in a minute. He's just sitting over here.
So there we go. This guy right here, Dave, is the stream just went X-rated with this guy up here. The guy right below me is trouble.
I can't believe you've said that, you.
Hey, you always have to throw out the parental warning when I'm in your streams. I have to do the same to you.
Yeah, true enough, yeah. How are we
No,
all
I think
doing?
Not too bad. How you doing tonight, Bubba?
I'm okay, yeah. I'm plodding on. I'm getting by. How are you, Ripley? Are you okay?
Yeah, I think he's gave me what he's got.
So that'll be a no then. You feeling rough? Hi, Nicole.
Hello. I'm just going to call you Dave from now on.
I think that's fair enough.
Okay. I'm glad because I always mess up your name.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's been all sorts of things. It's been Darius, Doris.
I think I called you accidentally Doranus. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we could kind of go over a few things if you guys want. What brand of a recorder do you use, Val?
I'm trying to think which quarter I do have. What is the name of that? It's the same as yours.
There's the
Digital
Olympus.
recorder. The Olympus. Yeah, that's what I have.
Well, I heard that there's two different types. One is the MP4 style, and then one's what's the other one, Dave? Is it like a RAW or like an RAR file or something like that?
I'm using the Olympus LSP P4, I believe, with the triple microphone thing on it. You know, for recording, is it 96K?
Okay. Yeah, somebody said that and I don't know, I think I'd read it somewhere, but hey, Bootsy, that you want to always get the one that records in an RAR file, or no, sorry, a WAV file instead of an MP4 file, because there is no distortion to the WAV file like there is with an MP4. It's a cleaner audio that you'll get with the WAV file. I don't know. Yeah. It's just something I'd heard.
Yeah, MP3 is a compressed audio codec, so you're losing this. It's a lower sample rate, so you do lose audio quality.
Yeah, I get inside here in a minute. I can tell you which one is mine. I don't have my equipment next to me right now.
And there's my little brother, Boots.
I knew it was coming.
Hey, Boots.
Hey, how you doing, Bubby?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Okay.
So we since I've been down, I've been kind of working on some stuff, getting some stuff together. But most of our stuff I've been putting on tripods here of late, so you're not actually holding it. So you wouldn't get that static from your hands or any kind of movement. You can just kind of set them down and let them go. I thought that might be a clean way of getting sound.
I was about to say, that's a neat idea.
Bootsy.
Hey.
How's my little leprechaun brother doing?
He's doing good.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm all about trying to get the cleanest, evidence we can get.
Yeah.
Jack said he'll be up to about 5.
And then on your EMF detectors, which one do you guys use? I think this is the cheaper one that Ripley got one time. But which one do you guys use?
I just have the little black one.
Oh yeah, I'm with Hensley, by the way.
Well, where'd Dave go?
I got a digital K2.
Oh, there's
Papa Paranormal. I could hear him in the background back there.
Yeah, he said he has that digital K2 meter.
And that's the one that's got the It's like in gray, isn't it? A lot of them are usually
Yeah. His is blue.
blue. You know, how much did it cost you for one of those?
What did I pay? Like $25. He said like $25.
I would like to get, like, I found one that's on, I think it's Wish. But good Lord, it takes forever for you to get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Wish.
We ain't ordered nothing from China.
Dave, I tried to get to you. It kicked it back off there, brother.
Get
If you
the
want to hit
first
it again, I'll
I
grab
got
it.
mine from Amazon though.
Running
Yeah, my dad
fire.
got his from Amazon.
There we go, Dave.
Oh, you're back.
It's always a good live stream when Dave's
Sorry
in here.
about that.
Well,
Yeah.
I ordered shit from
Internet
Wish.
problem.
Here's some things I've been working on. You guys kind of tell me what you think.
Alrighty.
We set up a couple of these. This one is pretty much a standalone. I don't know if you guys can kind of half see it here with the action camera. And we've turned that into a full. Get done. As soon as it gets done rolling there. But we took the little lens out of the inside, the red lens, so it will be full spectrum. But these are all motion activated lights. Kind of turn it that way, put it here, and then when it's on or when it's set, you just kind of let them set and go, and then when something walks out in front of it, the light will kick on, and you will get a good crisp picture. But it's kind of a little thing that we've been working on. Kind of proud of them. We'll see how well they work one of these times when I get to feel them better.
Roxy, are you outside?
Now I'm in the car.
Oh,
And then this was pretty much the same. Motion activated light with the Nikon.
Papa.
There's Papa Paranormal. That's gonna be
Yeah.
the YouTube name.
There he is.
Road trip.
We got named Papa Paranormal. I'm actually trying to buy a Connect camera right now. The only thing is now you gotta learn how to build it.
What are you trying to get?
Connect camera for an SLS.
Oh, I've got. Let's see here. We'll bring that one up since this is the one you're out looking for one. Here is our SLS camera. The one I had an absolute nightmare with. This is how you set it up, so you can go mobile. You can do your batteries in series, so you can actually get your 12 volt with them. They spin around. Your tablet, and I will tell you because I absolutely had a nightmare with this thing. RCA is a rough tablet to get if you're going to set up an SLS camera. It's better if it's Windows 8.1 instead of Windows 10. Just simply because of when they quit doing the upgrades for the SDKs on the Windows 10. So it was a real pain in the butt to get it set up because it was the Windows 10 with the port 3 style USB port doesn't really want to work. So you have to go in and do different stuff to the drivers to get it to set up. But that is our handheld SLS. It's got the on off so we don't drain our batteries. That's that one. And then we're working on this one right here. I'm waiting on my next tablet to come in. This one here. If you go to get your camera boots, when you go to do it, make sure when you get your SLS that they give you this plug right here with it, because it's the only way that you can get power to it. It's this little adapter plug right here, this one here, and if you look at it, it's got two prongs that come off of it. One's a power and the other one is your USB. that goes to your laptop or your tablet or whatever. Yeah, you gotta have that, brother, or it will not work.
Good to know.
I'm gonna send you all the links, Hensley, on how to make one of those. I actually have them if anybody wants them.
Oh, you got all the links on the
Yeah.
SLS?
He said
Yeah.
that'd be
Could,
awesome.
could you send me all those as well, too, Val, please?
Yeah, sure.
Just helping everyone
Yeah, that
out.
one. And like I said, Hensley, when you guys go to make yours, if you guys want to come up one evening, we'll go do an investigation for a little bit, but we'll sit down and we'll get yours knocked out first. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll help you put it together.
Awesome. He said, awesome. That works.
Well, we're supposed to help one another.
Yeah.
I set ours
I'm
up
not
to be,
just work.
I just set ours up to be, mobile. But like everything, man, if we go out
Bless you.
together, we always tell everyone, you're more than welcome to use everything we got.
Yeah, see, that's how I am too.
That's
I'm gonna walk you
pretty much
guys.
the way you should be. Here
If
is
you ain't out there to help others grow, then what's the point?
here is something that I'm kind of really proud. Guys, when they do when they're doing the walkie-talkie, like static shouts, like they'll set up a walkie-talkie and they'll completely leave the area and they'll like ask questions.
Yeah.
So we were kind of using this one in conjunction with this. This right here is just a speaker that will take you can see it up here. It'll take a USB or a little SD card. And I sat down and I did about an hour's worth of me just in the room by myself asking questions. Just normal everyday questions. Is there anybody here? Does anybody want to talk? Is this a male? Is this a female? What's your age? And in between each question, I gave like 30 seconds of downtime. So you can put your USB in here and it'll automatically play for you through, and you've got your camera, to kind of see. And then I set my recorder out in front of it, and then I can just walk away from the room and it'll just automatically, kind of do an investigation on its own. Kind of
That's all right, Dave.
really like that little thing.
Well, Bootsy, where'd you go?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jax.
Hey, Jax.
How are
There's
you?
Jax, the most handsome man on YouTube, looking like Chuck Norris. He is the brawny man. He is. Look at Jax. How could Jax not have about 50 women chasing him?
Oh, shit. What? What do you need now?
Well, thank you for those links, Val.
Yeah, I'm getting you one more.
I had such a hard time setting that up. I'm a redneck from out of the sticks of Ohio, so it was rough. Anything that's technical was rough for me to figure out.
I pressed the wrong button.
And then this one here is Ripley's favorite, and nothing doing her. She would not leave me alone until we made her Wonder Box. Have you guys does anybody use these?
Yeah, I just seen how to make one of those too.
Wasn't hard.
Yeah.
Pretty easy. I will tell you that I had to send after the other noise gate. The noise gate was good. The reverb was messed up. When I got that one, the pedal that you need on a reverb actually will have min, max, decay, tone, and echo. That's how you get that different sound to it. So I've got my other pedal. But yeah, this was the one piece of equipment that she would not leave me alone until we made.
Well, I couldn't help it. You had to have it.
Yeah, it's always. I can't say anything.
I have the Ovilus, but I just can't get any buds on that.
That is that's an awful big investment, don't you think, Jax?
Yeah.
I told her when she hit 1,000 subscribers, she can get whatever she wants.
Hey, Raw.
Hey, Raw, how you doing?
Hey, Raw.
So what's the for you guys, what's the one piece of equipment that is your go-to piece of equipment when you're out on an investigation?
Mine is either just the I have two ghost boxes. I have the SB7 and the SB11. I haven't had too much experience with the SB11 yet, but the SB7, I've been picking up lots of stuff with that, as well as my digital recorder.
Vail is Vail. That's her best piece of equipment.
I was going to say, me, I don't know. My SB11, I really like that.
I don't know. I think your abilities make probably you the best piece of equipment you take into investigation, hun.
Yeah, but a lot of people's not going to believe, I could say that, you have a guy standing there and he is saying this, but how credible, that's just like my word against somebody else's word, So if I have the SB to back me up, like on some of the videos that I do, I'll say the name before the SB or the Necro will, or we'll be in sequence with one another, which, that works.
Yeah, I mean, for people who don't believe, a skeptic, I don't think any bit of information or any bit of evidence is really will change their mind unless it happens to them. I think a skeptic's probably going to remain a skeptic. If a person's open to it, I mean, I think they're more acceptable to the idea. I sent you pictures, and you just kind of, it was funny. Like me and Ripley were sitting and talking about, how dead on about certain things you were, within the house. And, I told Ripley, it's funny. I maybe this makes sense to you and maybe it doesn't. Like some people being a medium, whether it's clairvoyant or physical or whatever, has become popular because it's on TV.
Mm-hmm.
But you can look at certain people and just kind of get this feeling about them. Does that make sense to you? Like,
yeah.
I can look at you in your lives and it's something different about you.
Yeah.
It's a look in their eyes. I don't know how to explain it. That's probably the best way I could put it. I believe you wholeheartedly when you tell me, that you have abilities. I see it for some reason.
Yeah. Well, too, I really don't. I mean, I see on some of these shows that it seems like, yeah, like you're saying, it's become a norm that everybody has these abilities. And I really don't like to gloat on mine. I really don't, because I guess it is that skepticism that, people will or will not believe you. But I mean, I've had this ability since I was, 5. And I didn't know really what you called it until I was like up in my 30s. I was just what I was, and that's how I still am to this day. I don't know what I really am. I know what I can do, and I don't know if there's a classification for it.
Yeah, I believe in you wholeheartedly, hon. I believe if you tell me something, it might as well be wrote down in a book somewhere because I believe in you that much.
Thank you. It's like poor little Lester. Whenever I first got here, and I seen the gentleman standing around, and I wasn't really open to him at first, and a few days I got to talking to him, and he seemed like a really nice spirit, and he was looking for Mabel. Well, I figured out it was actually his wife, and I'm still trying to put two and two together because I feel really bad because he wants me to help him, and he's almost in tears every time we done the video. And what was really neat, when we backed up the video, you could actually hear someone call him Lester. So I wish I would have had from the beginning when I first seen him. But I'm right now trying to put two and two together and see if we can help him out in a way. But it's really problematic right now.
And I think a part of it is almost, and it's probably not the best word to say, is embarrassment, because you're not really embarrassed because of the ability. I think maybe it's fear of what other people will say,
Oh, definitely.
or what people will think of you.
Hmm.
When you say that you have some form of ability. I attribute everybody to having. Anybody can get chills when they feel things when they're investigating. That's the electric. But to be able to see things and stuff like that, that's a whole separate set of abilities that I don't think a lot of people actually really possess.
Hmm.
I think few have it, and but like I said, it's become in vogue to say it in certain groups. But I get that. Beth always says that it's good to take me on investigations because things are always way more active when I'm around.
They are.
Like they would go to certain places and it would just be dead. Like there wouldn't be a whole lot of stuff going on. And then I would step in with them, or I'd come out, and then things would just pick up. I don't see things. I don't hear things. I get just like when we went to one place, and I just kept being. Maybe you can explain it to me. I just kept being drawn to like one place. Like I just kept wanting to go down to this one place, and I could feel like that this one place was safe. Like, and it was like this tomb of Johnny. It was Johnny Davis, wasn't it, hun?
Was it
And
Davis?
when, huh?
Was it Davis?
I think it was Hughes, wasn't it?
Yeah, Hughes.
And I could just feel like I felt safe. I felt like it was his presence there. I mean, like it felt like it was a weird feeling in that cemetery. Like there was a line within the cemetery that you could not pass. Like once you went so far in, it got really heavy, weird.
Right.
You got that surrounded type feeling, the uneasy in your stomach type feeling.
That sounds to me. I mean, Boots was having that too there at Bobby Mackey's, and he kept being drawn to this one room, and he's like, I don't know why. And whenever I walked in there, of course, I seen the two spirits sitting there. So you may be like him. You might have some kind of medium psychic abilities that you've not reached your peak on yet. You could still in tune them, that they want your attention for a certain reason.
I think, Val, I'll just stay medium retarded. I think it's a lot easier for me.
Okay.
I don't want that. Like I'm good with something surprising me, but I don't know. I mean, like it's great for someone like I'm wholeheartedly in your corner, but I do not want that. That's rough.
Can't help it if you got it.
Yeah. I laugh because visiting here, driving down the roads, it's like, if you can imagine all the time in history and all these people standing around, it's just, I'm like, wow. block it
When
out block it out
when you get into a place, Val, that that has had more history as far as more population over a longer period of time, do you find that it's like, is it more like if more chatter, like it would be on a phone with a ton of people? I mean, is there just more things going on in a place with a lot more history than, if you were to, come to BFE, Ohio, where there's, not been a ton of people?
Yeah, and what I would see is, okay, we'll just shorten it down a little bit. Let's take a house with a lot of history instead of a broad area. A house with a lot of history. Okay, every family, every person that has passed, and that's the place that they want to return to. I can see every person that is there or that has been there. Now, what I have not deciphered, some of my spirits have or know each other, like they exist in the same area at the same time. They
They're
died in different areas, but yeah, they talkative back and forth.
they're cognitive of one another.
Yeah. So when you walk into a house and there's 20 extra people there that's not supposed to be there, you just look at their period clothing and say, well, I know he's from the 50s. They're from the 1800s. Oh, that looks like 1970s.
Do you find that a lot like, do spirits mainly stay to where they by and large live most of their life, or where they were most comfortable? I mean, does spirits travel a lot? I mean, as far as, place to place, or I mean, is it just when something happens within the place that they might have been from, and they see something they like, or they get attached to somebody else? Is that the only way a spirit moves, or I mean, or
No,
is it kind of free reign?
they're free reign. Just think of yourself without limitations. I mean, they like to reside in their most favorite place or the most favorite memory because that's where they can actually be. And if they can be there without being seen, then that's where they're going to be. And they decide they want to go somewhere else for a while, then they go there. I mean, they're pretty much where they want to be.
That would have to be weird, just to swing the door open on a place and see somebody in colonial dress, and then some hippies, smoking weed and beads and
Yeah,
bell bottoms. That would have to just be an odd. I would just like to see the snapshot of your mind just one time when you walk into a place like that.
it's never boring.
I mean, best way to put it, like if we're driving down the street, they would actually, if they're walking down the street, they will actually stop, look back at her, and stare at her as their heads turn as she drives by.
Hmm.
They're aware of her.
Well, is it a different look to them as far as them compared to a human? You see them for what they are, but I mean, I'm sure now, with as long as you've been at this, I mean, like when you was there a way that you were able to discern, a living person from a spirit?
I was not able to discern them until I was like up in my teens. As a kid, I just thought they were other people. And whenever, you start asking questions about, well, who's this person at family dinner? And everybody's looking at you like there's no one else here. Okay, well, chalk that up. You begin to know what they look like. And to me, when I'm looking at a spirit now, I can actually see that they have a different glow or an aura about them. I guess that's where they get the idea that ghosts glow or whatever, but they do have a different color to them. They do have different clothing, and I know the difference by looking at them.
Yeah, I just kind of wondered, how
Yeah.
how you how they visually, look to you, and if they were so close to like appearance in, you know humans, in a living person, um how hard would it be to discern? And then I was wondering, if that's the case, then I mean, you would know it, like a person who would know if they constantly look like they're walking around a Renaissance fair would know something's up.
Right.
But yeah,
But we're
that's kind of a. I've always wondered that. I thank you for clearing it up.
Yeah, because my daughter will even tell you, the one I call my tech. I would be driving down the interstate, and I know you're not supposed to, but if I see a lady walking with a couple of kids, I'll pull over and ask her if she needs a ride. And I have pulled over, and my daughter go, "What are you doing?" I'm gonna give them a ride. Who? Okay, never mind.
That would have to be freaky when the Jack's like, "Mom, what are you doing?"
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, out here where I live, this is the oldest part of America. So for Nicole to be here, it's like there's so many people or spirit, I guess, walking out. It's like a block party.
No, no. As things change, like like say in Boston, or I mean, even if you go to like Salem and how everything was different style houses, when things change like that, I mean, are they more cognizant of knowing the changes, so they walk on the sidewalks and walk through doors? I mean, or is it just more the residual they would have walked where their streets or where their houses would have been at that time?
Yeah, I think it's residual to them because it's like with Lester outside. We was out there speaking to him the other night trying to figure out the whole Maple thing, but he thinks his house is still there, and he thinks where the parking lot is, where he's been wandering back and forth, is his backyard, and he keeps talking about his garden, and he's out here checking on his garden. So he's not seeing it differently.
So they see it as they've seen it.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered about that. Like as society changes and the buildings change, do they see the change along with it, or is it still period time to them?
No, I think it's still period because even if when you are investigating and you do capture something like something that goes through a wall, then it might have been a door.
Right.
That's a spirit just going where they normally went, or they might seem to be floating in your ceiling. Well, there might have been upstairs or something, and you have a lower drop ceiling or something. It's weird how things are.
Yeah. No, no. That would be like the more residual type things, right? So,
Uh-huh.
like, say when you have like the other day when you said that you seen the man on the bed, right? So he would have had to been cognizant of the bed. Do you find that, like, is it a different class or a different type of spirit that is um, has the ability to kind of interact with um, the environment around them now compared to like seeing things the way they did at one time?
Right. Some of them, I believe, are more aware. Um, some of them, like I said, they, I guess they stay in their time period because that's where they were happier at. But where, I'm still confused to this day, and I still want to try to debunk this in some way of how do they acknowledge me or see me if they're thinking it's still 1845 and they're still in their area. Whereas someone else, like you said, the guy on the bed, he obviously knows that there's a bed there.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's
That's
more like for them it's like maybe the residual haunts or the residual spirits are um, like, not, I wouldn't say a lower class, but of spirit, but maybe less aware of their passing, and maybe the ones that are are able to interact with the environment now have a better understanding of their passing, and maybe they're more knowledgeable about what has happened to them.
Well, you do have a difference there. You have spirits that are just like you and me. We walk around freely where we want to. And then your residual energy, which I see totally different. It's like if you ever seen a computer glitch animation, it just jumps back and forth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these things have the same movements. It's like a lady might be standing in the corner and she reaches up and scratches her brow or something. Well, in a few seconds, she'll reach up and scratch her brow again. That is residual energy that's repeating itself. So those are real easy to. I'm like, okay, yeah, they're glitching a lot and they're doing the same movements and they're not speaking to me. So that's, different energies.
Hmm. Hmm.
That would
Kinda
have
like
to be
deja
weird.
vu.
Yeah, that would have to be weird. Just seeing a constant replay of somebody doing something. That would just be like, what in the world?
Yeah. Can you leave, please? But they ain't gonna understand. I mean, that's just residual energy. And you have that, in a lot of the older homes, especially. I mean, there could be, newer energies and stuff. And you would be surprised that, even the energies that we ourselves, that are still living, that leave behind wherever
Do you
we go.
believe? Do you believe it's just imprinted? Like it's because I can't remember the name of the effect, but where they believe like stone, like granite, wood is a uh, almost like a holder of energy. Do you
Hmm.
believe that, or do you believe it's just the area? I mean, it's within the air itself that resides. I mean,
I think as, my beliefs, we are all part of everything. That's the Cherokee belief. I mean, the trees, earth, everything has its own energy. We all work together. So we're constantly in sync with each other. So we're going to imprint a little bit of ourselves on everything that we touch, everything that we pass. So it's all going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I kind of believe that as well, because like for a spirit to be within a home that's not built around like a running water or granite, but you still have that activity. I think
Hmm.
it's just within where it's at. I mean, just within the air, within the space and time that it is.
Right. Because there's wood in houses. Wood was living at one time, so it's going to absorb, energies of things that are going on in your life. Um, there's a lot of things.
Hey, Hensley.
Hey, Hensley.
Papa Paranormal.
So what's your take on this, guys? Do you think that most investigators contribute like demons or evil behavior to demons when it might have actually just been a really cantankerous, mean-spirited person in life?
I tend to take it towards someone that's had a miserable life.
Or they were just mean spirited to begin with. I had an older lady spirit that I
Yeah.
ran into that wanted to smack everybody just because that's what she liked to do.
I
She
just
was just
I
cantankerous.
I just can't see that many demons roaming around. You know what I mean? Like that much malevolent energy in places, because I think people who actually run into that type of trouble, I mean, that's trouble for them. That's dealing in something that
Hmm.
no one, I most certainly don't want to do. And I don't think most people are equipped to do, but I think most people contribute demonic, you know, activity and stuff, what they think is. But I think by and large, it's
A
probably
grouchy
a
head.
person who was an asshole in life, mean
Hmm.
spirited, evil type person. And that's the same energy they put off in death.
Hmm. Well, it's like we were watching one of these shows and they were actually demanding the spirit that she couldn't stay there and she had to leave. And they couldn't understand why they were getting scratched and getting things thrown at them.
You
Well,
don't
folks, that's her home.
yeah, you don't demand somebody to leave their home. She's been there. Leave her
Yeah,
be.
right.
She's not bothering you. Just let her be.
Yeah. I was like, well, there's your reason.
Cut her off.
It
So
might have
leave her
been her
alone.
house before yours.
Yeah. I mean, this one lady was really like, oh, man, this is my house. And I'm like, no, it wasn't your house. You just happened to
No,
buy it. Now it's your house.
we we
But
never really. Go ahead,
then,
Jax.
then again, you got to really think about too is like a couple years ago, the Catholic Church ordained 500,000 exorcists. For what reason?
I know why.
That's a huge number.
It is. And not only that, but the church has also opened it up to the general public to go there and pay $2,500, stay right there at the Vatican, and they'll teach you how to be an exorcist or demonologist, whatever you want to call it.
That sounds more like a money grab than an actual,
Don't know. It could be, yeah.
Yeah, because I think they're really confused on a lot of the mental illness and things that are going on, and they're quick to chalk it up to, well, that person's possessed because they're doing this, and no, that's no.
I don't know. I don't think that you have. I mean, even Legion was 2,000 spirits, which was, 2,000 demonic entities within, him. I don't see 500,000, ordained. That just seems like a crazy number. That seems like a super high number.
They went crazy with that. I mean, I'm like 40 something. We ain't gonna give away my age, but I've seen one demon in my life. One.
I hope to never see one.
Yeah, you don't want to.
I don't think that's something. I don't think that's something that I'm equipped to deal with. I don't think that's something, by and large, anybody's equipped to deal with. So.
No, I mean, I have faith, but I don't know if I have that much. I mean, that literally scared the bejesus out of me when I was just a teenager, but to feel things actually crawling up in your bed and just bending your bed while you're laying there, and then it would like turn your mattress ends over and to be thrown. I mean, and I could see spirits, and it was not a spirit. I could not even see this thing. It was just happening. And no.
That's pretty scary considering that you can see everything else, but something like that you can't see.
Yeah. And I don't understand that either. If I could see spirits, it seems like I should be able to see something like that, but I can't see anything demonic.
Yeah, that was a scary thing. Like I hate that Hensley got off because I wanted to ask him about it. But like Hensley and Boots had a rough time. I don't know. I wasn't there to see it, but I mean, those guys are on all the time, and they literally backed away from everything. Feel bad for those guys. Hope whatever it was, it figures itself out for them.
Where did he go?
But I think that's
because I was going to ask you about that.
That's the problem, though. I think a lot of people who do this, they think that provocation is the key to views. Being that instigator is the key to them getting good content, and I think that's one of the worst things somebody can do. I am a sarcastic person and mean spirited at times, but I try my best to be respectful. That's just something I don't believe in. I don't think it helps you. There's nothing good that can come of it. No. I mean, there's no benefit to it in this world that you're going to reap that many benefits to take that kind of risk.
Yeah, I tell everybody, if you're going in to do an investigation and talk to spirits, act like you're going into your grandma's home and you're going to sit and talk to her. Would you talk to her disrespectfully that way? I would hope not.
No, she'd smack me in the mouth if she's still here.
So, I mean, and if you can just imagine, people that are going in there and it's like, well, I'll talk to her however I want. I mean, the resentment and stuff and the sadness that spirit's going to hold against people because, just like us, we're going to get hurt. We're going to get our feelings hurt. They do too. And then the next person that goes in there and tries to talk to them, they're going to think, well, they're going to treat me bad too. And it's just going to be the whole
life.
Hey, Kelly.
I tell you what, guys, let's do this. Since Ripley just told me that she come in here and aggravated me and told me that I got her sick.
You did.
Tell you what, we bought a bunch of these, and I tell you what, since she just come in and she gave me a great idea.
Oh boy!
I tell you what we'll do is two people that get closest, and you can't get in this, Ripley. The two people
Lord,
who get
don't mind.
closest to the day that me and Ripley got married, send us a message, say you guys got married on such and such date of such and such year. At the end of the night, I'll post whoever got closest, and the two people who got closest to the date, I will ship them out in an Investigators Unite face mask. That'd be kind of a fun little thing for everybody.
Shit, I can't remember the day we got married.
That's horrible. That's horrible. The husband's the one that's not supposed to remember it,
Exactly.
but I'm the one
I'm
that remembers
sorry.
it,
Give me
and
some
she doesn't.
Ginkgo then. My brain don't work right. I only remember certain things.
Hey, Critter. Hey, Past Life. Let me see here.
Oh, I gotta go find Twitter so I can.
But yeah, just throw it up in the comments, and whoever gets close enough out of everybody, then we'll ship out. We'll do two of them that way. Whoever the two people who get closest.
Well, Vel, Brandon's ghost daughter's been behaving.
That is good.
You were like
She just wanted your attention.
yeah, you were like you probably should help her along. I'm like, after I kind of got used to her kind of following me around, I'm kind of like, I really don't want to see her go anywhere. She follows me to work now. It is the craziest thing in the world.
Yeah, she followed you for a reason. So
I don't know. Like my youngest one interacts with her all the time. We were over at the store, and the store was closing, but I literally live beside the store that I manage. I can throw a rock and hit my store. So Beth comes over, Ripley comes over all the time. And sees me when we're closing down the store. And me and the girl that was in the store at the night heard this kind of thing fall off of the. Okay. And this thing fell off the shelf, and we could hear like this little pitter patter going back through the store. And the girl was like, we've locked the doors and some crackheads in here. And I could see like nothing down the one long hall. And then I cut the corner, and the girl that was in there looked like she was terrified. She was like, I seen like this little thing go running down the other aisle. And I just kind of laughed. I'm like, how tall? And she was like, I don't know, 3 foot, maybe 4 foot tall. I'm like, that's my other daughter. Follow me at work. It's about time to go home. She must have went out the back door. And she just kind of looked at me like I was crazy. But we've got out the SLS camera at night. When I went back and I apologized to her, we started taking stuff down out of the door sills. And as we were walking down the hallway, we had the SLS camera and stuff, and you could literally see me walking. You could pick out the SLS skeleton of mine, and then right to my side, about 3 foot tall, was another little skeleton walking right beside me, all the way down that long hallway. And I'm like, this is weird. Like, this is odd. We get in, we cut the corner, turn into our bed, and we don't pick her up on the SLS camera anymore. And I'm like, oh, she, must have ran back to the room or whatever. She's just not there. And so I get up in bed, and Beth's still kind of panning the hallway. When she pans the hallway, she goes across the bed, and literally laying beside me was the second little tiny skeleton on the SLS camera. And that's kind of at night. It's weird. At night when we lay down, I can get out the SLS camera, and some nights we can pick out, like at the edge of the bed watching the TV is kind of where she hangs out now. Like we literally leave the TV on for her. That's how crazy it's got.
have you figured out where she has followed you from? Or, I mean, because I did not pick up on that. I just picked up on her.
I keep going back, like whenever I'm thinking about her, or everything was going on. I keep picking up like the name Anne, Annie, Anna, something like that. You know what I mean? Like A-N something.
Hmm.
I, I I get that I feel like she's younger, blonde headed, but I don't know where she come from. And to this point, like as of now, I really don't care where she come from. She can stay here for as long as she wants. If she's happy, then I'm happy with her.
Yeah, you
Um,
don't have that disruption no more that you
uh,
guys were having. So
so I don't know. It went from a room that was kind of nobody went into, and we kind of used it as storage because it had got to the filling back there. It was a really bad filling. Like it wasn't the like when you get that when something's around and you kind of get that electric, charge type filling.
mhm.
Um, it was a feeling of doom. Like it was a rough feeling.
Yeah, and it,
Nobody would go back there. The kids wouldn't go back there and sleep. My mom said that when she would go back there and she would sleep, she couldn't sleep and she would wake up like she was tired. Said that she just didn't feel good in that room. So nobody would go back there, and that's the reason why I reached out to you, to kind of help me out with what was going on.
yeah, and see, that's where it goes right back. We talked about energies. I mean, she was sad. She was depressed. She was, locked in there alone, and it gave that whole atmosphere that feeling. And us as people who are in there, we're going to pick up on that, and it's going to affect us. So, by reaching out to her, you lighten the air and, I mean, obviously lightened her. She's following you around. So, yeah.
Hey, Lisa, let me see if I can throw up the thing again there, guys, without kicking off the live stream. So have you ever had anything follow you, Jax? I mean,
No, I have not had anything follow me on. I'm eternally grateful for that. But did you see like my second to the last video that I posted?
I haven't, to be honest, brother. I haven't been on much. Only thing I've been doing is getting on. Like when people I see on, I get on their thing for a little bit, just say hi, and I've been laying back down. I just made up my mind today that I've got to get up and kind of do something. Um, just I got to do something because I'm laying around being a bum.
Right, right. Well, in my second to last video, I actually tested the a certain phone app that everybody's using, and because I was very skeptical at it at first. Um, my daughter she was 32. She passed away in early May, and wasn't thinking too much about it. Nicole actually started describing to her during a private video chat of this girl in my house, what she looked like. And I showed her a picture of her, and lo and behold, it was my daughter. So when she got here, I tested out the app, and she came through.
Yeah, that was real emotional.
It totally broke my heart.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear about your daughter, brother. But that's got to be kind of uplifting for your spirit. You know what I mean? To kind of hear that voice again. You know what I mean?
I was kind of like, she's probably listening to me. I'm sorry, baby. It kind of like, I had two feelings going on. It's like I did not want to hear her come through because I always want to be able to pick up the phone and call her, but she's not there. But on the other hand, I want her here physically, but I know that that's not possible. So the only way that I can talk to her is that way.
Did a lot of your like investigations and stuff start shortly after that? I mean, was that your call to arms for this? I mean,
No, I've been doing this for 29 years.
really?
Yeah.
Did it affect you, like, in your investigations? I mean, did you find yourself looking, hoping, or, I mean, was it kind of like when it finally happened for you and you knew that she was there? I mean, it had to be heartbreaking. Plus, I mean, it just had to be good to hear her voice too.
Well, it did, but it's like I said, as a parent, to lose their child and then to hear their voice come through like that, just like it does something to you. It completely breaks your heart.
Probably rehashes all those feelings a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry,
Because
brother.
it's okay. I mean, it's something that I got to deal with. I'll never get over it. And I told her, she can stay as long as she wants. And if I move, she's more than willing to come with me.
Yeah. I mean, maybe she's following you from place to place now. You know what I mean? Maybe that's. I I truly believe that. I think the Bible tells you that you're entertained by angels unaware, and anytime there's 10,000 angels around you, maybe your loved ones are who they're speaking about. That's always there to help.
Yep.
So, guys, I threw up the link. If anybody wants to jump up here and talk with us, you're more than welcome to. That would be a weird one, Jax. That one, it would be an awesome experience, but it would be heart wrenching, brother.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see if that purse actually moves.
Yeah. Apparently, she told Nicole that she likes owls, and just so, like, coincidentally, that Nicole had an owl purse.
Really?
And my daughter asked her if she could have it, and Nicole's like, "I'll take out all my stuff and I'll leave it right here on the door handle for you."
Yep.
I'm waiting for that thing to disappear. I truly am.
So, there's so much that we don't know. I mean, I think even as
Time of night.
investigators who are trying to um, find a shred of evidence, I think anything that we even find isn't even the tip of the iceberg of what's probably there.
Yeah, I know what my dream job would be. I mean, if you even want to call it a job. Yeah, I'd love the investigation work and stuff like that. I'd love doing the paranormal channel. But I think I'm supposed to be called to arms to actually go and find like these missing people and stuff like that. That would be awesome for me to do. But I don't know how to even go about doing that.
I'll let you carry the conversation.
Okay.
I gotta
That
plug
would be
up.
something else.
Ripley in charge.
Yeah, I'm in charge. It's my life now.
It's her live now. I'll be right back, guys.
That's funny.
Tell them I posted a link if anybody wants to.
Yeah, there's the links posted. If you want anybody wants to come up, that's fine. Yeah, the person I'd like to talk to most is my grandma. I'd love to talk to her again, but I don't know if that's even possible.
Well, she's still around. I mean, it would be possible, but she might have moved on to other things that.
Yeah. Well, my grandma was a big Christian, so I don't know how to say it without. I believe in heaven and hell and God and the devil, but a lot of people that are Christians don't believe in like the paranormal stuff, and she didn't.
Oh
And a
yeah.
lot of my family don't, and I don't want to piss them off by saying, "Hey, I talked to Grandma,"
Yeah. Oh, I'm with you on that one.
because they'd be like, "No, you didn't. She's in heaven now."
Yeah, I've caught a lot of, not from, like my mother and my other grandmother. I mean, they were wholeheartedly, believing what I do because they seen the same thing I did. They didn't dispute it whatsoever. But
Yeah.
the really religious side, of my family is like, yeah, no, I'm going to hell in a handbasket. So I might as well pack a lunch.
Yeah.
I think me and my uncle actually got into a great big debate one day because they also not believe in the paranormal. They don't believe in mediums and stuff like that because
Yeah.
they say in the Bible, you're not supposed to be a medium.
Yeah, because they think it's like witchcraft or some stuff like that.
Which I turned around and got him back. I was like, well, if Jesus is standing up there on the mountain talking to spirits and people, Elijah and all them other people he didn't see, would that not make him a medium?
Well,
Well, if you end up going there, I bet you can make a hell of a barbecue.
I'm back.
I
had to go get me another Gatorade. I've been living on Gatorade and chicken noodle soup for the past week.
Yummy.
I just want a big ass steak. There's little Bootsy.
Well, you go right ahead and buy you a big ass steak. You won't pay $15.
Steak sounds good right now, though.
Ooh,
What's up,
Hey,
baby?
Boot.
What's up, everybody?
how you doing?
Hey,
I'm good.
David.
How are you?
I know I made pork roast like
David?
crazy the other day. Yesterday.
Oh, never had it like that before. Damn.
Well, David, if you only knew my grandma, she probably don't want to leave heaven because she wants to drive everybody up there else nuts.
Hey, David, midnight. I didn't see him in there. I'm not even paying attention over, I guess.
I'll be right back, guys.
All
Okay,
right.
Jack.
She's probably up there making God move his furniture around.
Yeah.
I guarantee you my grandmother is. That's the thunderstorm you hear.
They're probably up there grouching at him. Your grandma and my grandmother.
We have two of the most opinionated grandmothers ever.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was laughing when you said that you had to go when you tell people when they go on investigations that they should be more like going to their grandmother's house and being respectful. I was always respectful of my grandmother, but my grandmother pretty much raised me along with my mom.
Mm-hmm.
If I wasn't respectful to my grandmother, she would have beat my ass.
Dad wasn't around when I was growing up, so he didn't come around until I was really old enough, to kind of work on the farm. But I had been with my grandmother for so long that the running joke is that we were like an old married couple. My grandma would pick something up and whack anybody who was disrespectful to her.
Or stab anybody.
Yeah, she would threaten people with butcher knives. But I could get away with everything. Like I would argue. Nobody was crazy enough to argue with her except me. And I would argue with her on a drop of a hat and get away with it.
Here, Jenny.
Hey, Miss Lisa.
Hey,
Well,
Lisa.
thank you guys for stopping in for certain. But yeah, like I was telling everybody and anybody that's new to the stream tonight. And David or Midnight, I got yours out in the mail, brother. Your mask. But if what we're going to do is anybody and everybody's in this, send me a message or post it in the comments. Just a guessing game. The two people who get close enough to the date, the day, month, and year that me and Ripley got married, whoever the two people are who get close enough, we'll send them out a mask. So,
can I ask what year you got married?
Yeah, wouldn't you like that? Here's a hint, guys. If you go back and watch, this is going to tell you something. If you go back and watch a Hensley live stream. We actually talked about it one night.
Man, how many live streams he has on there?
Well, then I guess Hensley's going to get some views. But yeah, we talked about it one night.
Yes, we did.
I know it's been years. That's all I can give you.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I'm not
Quit
good
calling
with
me
years.
old, Boots. I'm tired of your shit already. You call me old.
If the shoe fits, wear it.
You get in my live stream and just start calling me old. What in the world?
Yeah, payback, huh?
World.
My little Bootsy.
Oopsie.
I seen you're up to almost 170, brother. You're climbing.
I think I was at 163.
The good thing about it, though, man, you're doing it the right way, Boots. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When you jump in, when you've got a live stream, the people, you always have a good number in. So you're doing it the right way, brother.
I try.
We'll get there. It might take us a minute. We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it too much. I'm here to make April 15, 2009, midnight, you said.
Well, the year's close.
You can't be giving
2010.
hints.
It's 2010. Because I think they've been married 10 years.
Well, then you got to figure it up from today's date and go back 10 years then, don't you?
Hey, what are you into, Turkey? Get out of that. Don't you dare.
March 15th, 2010.
March 50. You got to put in the comments or I'll forget it, goofball.
Well, I can't do that right now, can I?
I don't know. We'll send me a message later so I don't forget it.
Got you right now.
Okay, you do that.
Twitter.
Where's Dustin at tonight, Lisa? Is he bandaging up his fingers from the alligator attack?
Probably. Alligator 1, Dustin 0.
So we were talking there earlier, Boots, about like demonic spirits and stuff. What do you think got a hold of you at the cemetery, Bubba?
I don't know. I didn't know nothing happened until I went back and watched it. But I don't know. It was just weird because it didn't happen until right after those just 2 random people showed up.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I've been there plenty of times and nothing's ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And there was nobody ever there. But that night there was just 2 random people with a dog who had some glowing green eyes. Mommy! It was a lab. And every lab I seen never had bright green eyes like that one did.
Huh. It'd be a weird one to see, brother.
Plus Curtis
He's at
was
home,
broken, so who knows?
Dustin's at home.
Yeah, I seen that she just put he's at home.
I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope it was nothing, though.
Yeah, I mean that was a scary live stream to watch. Not like it was scary as far as, angst on what's going to happen, but it's scary, man, when you know who's investigating, you see them affected. You know what I mean? I don't like that. Hell, man, I woke Beth up and I'm like, man, Boots ain't looking right.
Right after that,
something.
I just lost all interest in even doing it anymore.
Yeah.
Like I was about to quit, delete my channel and everything.
Yeah, it's like that.
But I sucked it up. I was like, no, I'm not going to do that.
David just said that it's rare, but there's a lab that has like a green eye. I have a 5-year-old daughter that has red eyes. Spawn of Satan in there. Hello. Get my little brother back in here.
I don't know what happened. It just said you mid-sentence.
Is PLE still in here, or did he bounce out? We gotta get him. We gotta get him or wherever one of them to come up too.
Hensley's
It's
in here.
always. Oh, get Hensley to come up. But yeah. Did you happen to watch the live stream the other night with PLE and somebody ran into a parked car, and he's outside like on live filming it, like we're all sitting there watching it, like this guy get arrested and stuff.
No, I missed that.
I caught the end of it.
It was funny.
Like
Hey,
how
there's
when they
PLE.
rushed him.
Brother, you want to come up? BS with us for a little bit. So where's your next big investigation, Jax?
There's a place that's called the Nip. It's basically it's a big lake in Bridgewater, Mass. That people go there and put boats on their, trailers, and they launch their boats and they can go out for the day and whatever. But there's like strange paranormal phenomena running around rampant around there too. So
Could you imagine? Go ahead, Bubby.
So I don't know how much we're gonna catch, but we're gonna try, because some of the claims are like, it's hard for me too, because like I try to get the history of the place, and then with the history, I try to confirm what people have seen. And Nicole is the opposite. She likes to go in dry, not knowing anything and seeing what she can pick up.
Yeah. Well, I think. Go ahead.
So it's at this place, like you can see like hands coming up out of the water.
Like people was drowning and they were trying to come up.
Right.
Well, I think for like me and you, we have to have that history behind it to prove our evidence. I think for someone like Vel, not knowing the history validates that she actually knows what she's talking about. You know what I mean?
I think
Right.
this app's starting to hate me.
Well, the thing is, what's funny too, is that I have abilities too, not as good as hers, but I do have abilities also. I mean, I can hear pretty much not every voice, but I can hear voices with my own ears that I do not pick up with my digital recorder or the audio on the video recorder.
I've wondered that, because I've heard you say stuff like, you've heard this or that. I wondered, because I was going to ask you at one point, but I just hadn't got around to it.
I've seen, I can't see like what she sees, like as I'm sitting right in front of you right now. That's how she sees them. I see just black shadows.
Hey, Miss Haley, there's Boots's baby.
Oh, I'm getting in trouble. I didn't do it.
But yeah. I don't know. We've had a couple places we want to go, but we're just, until I get over the funk, we're just kind of stuck at the house.
Stuck at the house.
I mean, I want to go to that other cemetery.
Bethel.
Yep, that one.
Bethel made it famous on YouTube about 10 years ago. There was some kids that had went out there, and they had actually caught it on, it was old grainy cell phone footage. But
I can't really see it.
they got chased back to their car by the shadow. And when they got in the car, which I mean, you can't really contribute the car to rocking to a spirit because they were moving around in the car. But and when they left, and when they got to the bottom of the hill and pulled out, they looked at their car and there was like fingerprints down the thing, which I mean, that could have been them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that could have been them when they was getting in.
But legitimate terror, you could see it on them. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a BS type, act. Though I knew the kids that went out there, they were terrified and they would not talk about what had happened at all. There's Boots.
So bootsy.
You notice how Boots wouldn't get on camera until Haley got on here. And then he had to show his mug real quick.
No, I just decided, I can't let Jax be the only one showing his face.
Well, it's strange because like I have nobody I can investigate with, so I'm pretty much by myself. And I've always followed the golden rule: is never go on an investigation by yourself. In case if there's an emergency, if I'm knocked out, who's going to call 911?
Yeah. Now they've got real stringent travel bans around Boston and stuff right now, don't they?
They do, and the thing is, here's what's weird is they ended up right before Vail was supposed to leave. They said the governor put out a statement saying that you have to be completely tested and COVID free to come into the state because this is a low risk state. Blah blah blah. So it had to be within a 72-hour period. Well, she had the test, and it went beyond the 72 hours. So now she's panicking. She's like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm like, just relax. Go take another test. Push up the date a couple days for your departure, and we'll take it from there. Well, the second place that she was supposed to have the second test, they only test if you have symptoms. So if she doesn't have the symptoms, then they're not going to test for it. But she did get the results back, and she came in by way of Amtrak, and there was nobody there checking paperwork to see if
I ain't watching that shit.
she had it.
Yeah, I had my COVID test last night. The first part of it, I guess they run like this respiratory panel to make sure it's not like the flu or mono or anything. And if nothing shows up, then they kick it to like the COVID reflex PCR thing. So they told me I had to go up and get the one thing today, and then they said I could come up and get my results tomorrow. So I'm hoping I didn't pick this thing up. So
Well,
Your ass.
she had the one with the extra long freaking Q-tip.
The one that goes up the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got me pretty good with that thing last night. That I didn't think that guy was ever going to pull that thing out of my nose. It was like, Jesus, buddy, you can take that thing out now. You've touched the back of my skull.
Right.
You got everything you need on that.
Oh, dude. The thing of it was, I was setting up like in the hospital bed, and he was like, he come at me and I jerked automatically. You know what I mean? He was like, you might want to just go ahead and lay back and put your head against the bed because you look like somebody that's not going to sit still. I'm like, yeah,
Right.
what gave you that idea?
I know I wouldn't sit still. Somebody be walking out of that hospital room with a black eye.
It was just like I don't know. Where I got my mom lives with us, and she has COPD and stuff, and we got young kids. I most definitely don't want it, but it just like at night I've been like I'll just absolutely burn up, just sweat to death. Fever gets up to about 102 or around there. But I just run like in the middle of the day, I don't feel real bad. But my fever is only like 100. But just I feel like the laziest person in the world. I just don't want to. I don't want to do anything.
Right.
She's back.
Hey, Miss Nicole.
Hello.
I was going to say something, I done forgot.
You were going to blame me for getting you sick. I've heard it for the past 4 hours.
You did get me sick.
So
Can't
yeah.
losing.
So when it comes to that testing, I mean, she went through all that stress. I mean, she even broke down in tears. It's like you just need to relax, okay, and then get off the train and no one checks your paperwork.
What you need to do, Val, when you want to go places, is go wherever you want to go, and then when you get off the train or out of the car, and somebody gives you a hassle about being there, tell them about the freaky ghost standing right beside them, and just walk off.
Yeah, they'll leave you alone.
Yeah, right.
Be like, I didn't want to tell you this, but you have a ghost standing right beside you, and he does not look happy with you, fella. Just kind of slip away.
Get up straight jacket.
It might. It would work too. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah.
They start looking around. By the time they get back to you, you're going like, nope.
There's a lot of people I see that's got spirits with them. I just want to tell them, your brother's hanging around.
You know what would be horrible for you is if you ever ran into what used to be a nudist colony. That would be horrible for you. The nudist colony ghost would just absolutely tear you up.
Yeah, thank God I haven't yet.
Dude, that would be hilarious.
Instead of the peeping Tom, if you ever ran into the show and Tom ghost, you just be like, I'm done. I'm done. I'm out.
I'll tell you what's more comical. I mean, that will be. Oh my God, I don't even want to think about it. But whenever you're dressing, and for me, I know. So just think of the whole time that you are getting nude in your house, or taking a shower, or using the bathroom. Who could be watching?
Ugh.
Oh, dude.
Do you tell them hey, when it's time to get a shower, you're like, hey, you all got to beat it out of the shower.
Yeah, I tell them. I was like, excuse me, y'all got to go.
You guys got to beat it for a minute. I got to wash my ass. You all got to go for just a little bit. Write down whatever you need and slip it under the door. I will answer that message when I am done. You need to quit.
Yeah, it's comical.
Yeah, that I never thought of that one until we started. For some reason, I was like, wouldn't that be horrible for her if she ever ran into where a nudist colony used to be? And then when you said people constantly, watching you, I'm like, well, there goes bath time and your sex life. I'm like, hell with that. You
That's
just
true. Like, just imagine you're in there doing your thing, and then you just see people watching you. Like, yeah, this is.
I would just turn into like a dirty celibate. Like I would just smell like ass and get no ass. Like it would just, I wouldn't want anybody looking at me.
Well, I'd have it 10 times worse. Think about it.
Yeah, he got the Boston Strangler.
Well, not only that, my daughter's here too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. Plus, you hear things, Jax. Unless you hear the one guy in the background going, "You go, buddy, you get her." like he's clapping you on. Look at him go. He's a stud.
Welcome, dog.
And see, that's the reason why I told you guys I don't want that ability. You all can keep it. I will be anonymous.
Shit.
But it's so fun.
Yeah, that would be the weird one.
He said he's just gonna be sitting there clapping you on. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be though? I mean, it would be really weird for Jax to hear the guy say it. You know what I mean? Like why is the guy in my bedroom?
See what Haley wrote? Haley goes, now it's gonna be awkward.
Yeah, it would have to be that. I never thought about that. But like being you, Vel, you wouldn't have any private time whatsoever. Like, I mean, for you, you're never really alone, are you?
No, even as growing up as a kid, I never had that teenage bond with other kids because I was never alone. Even as a kid, I had other kids to play with, even though people couldn't see them.
I was about to say nobody else can see him.
Yeah, I I have friends, but it's not friends that no one else would know.
It's the friends that wouldn't cheat on me.
So like growing up, like when you were dating, did you ever run into like people that you were like you would go out on a date and some guy would have like an attachment, like a spirit following him, and it's like almost like a double date then? I mean, run into where the spirit's better looking than the guy that you're on the date with.
Well, I never even dated in high school because all the guys said I was weird.
Well, that was their fault. They missed out. They could have had a lifetime of fun.
I'm gonna invite me and my 3 other girls. You just can't see the other 2.
Yeah, he's having a 3-way and didn't even know it.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor Jax though. We've done traumatized poor Jax. He'll put earplugs in. Anytime he has women over, he's like, oh, nope. I'm not listening to this. I'm done. I can't do it.
Yeah.
But that whispering, would the earplugs even help?
No.
Nope. You're just out of luck, brother. I'm sorry. Yeah. The daughter comes through and goes, Dad, I don't like this girl. I don't like this woman.
Daughter's approval.
Daughter's approval. When daughter comes through and likes one, you're settled.
Why'd you break up with me? Oh, my daughter said so. Ain't your daughter dead? Exactly.
My daughter told me you're no good.
She sees the future.
Yeah.
And you're not in it.
Literally.
Hey, if she helps him out, she helps him out. You know what I mean?
My daughter's gonna haunt your ass. You do me wrong.
Yeah.
I just can't picture the 90-year-old guy sitting here. Hey, that young snipper. Young snipper.
Yeah.
I remember the time.
Look at him go. He looks like a rabbit. If I do that at my ghostly age, I'd throw out a hip.
Back in my day, young man.
Yeah, the guy gets close to Jax and whispers to him, give her the Chuck Norris move. Wow. I would be that asshole ghost that would be like, wait a minute, wait for the shot. Okay, action. And just mess with people. Why if stick ghost that just screws with people in the best way possible.
Just sitting there with an old camera that he had in his pocket when he died or something. Just sitting there taking pictures.
Hear the old roll of the
film. Or those one cameras with the big ass lights at the top that goes whoosh.
Yeah.
Yep. You guys keep that ability. Now you have turned my mind against it completely. I want no part of it.
But it's so fun.
It would have its benefits, and most definitely, I just found out it has its drawbacks.
I bet you did.
Yeah. I never thought of it that way. I'm like, yep, I'm done with that one.
I never thought about it that way either.
Hey, Outlaw, how you doing, Bubby?
Hey, Outlaw.
Well, thanks, Ghost Ops, for ruining it for me.
Yeah, I literally hope that you get the attachment of like the creepy old guy that just does shit to you all the time.
The dude off
That's
the
what I
Family
would.
Guy. I got
Yeah,
you.
I'm sorry, Haley. I hope that he doesn't. I hope he doesn't bother you, but I hope he just agitates the tar out of Boots.
Why me?
Because you're the young whippersnapper.
That that spirit gets up and follows Boots to the restroom every day, and he's like, "God, I hope this kid shaves that ugly ass beard today."
That's why I don't shave.
The ghost gets all excited. He's like, "He's going to the bathroom. Maybe today's the day."
I'm gonna shave it one day, just not no time soon.
You can't shave it now, Bubby. It's the
Why not?
same as Ripley's bald head. It's your brand.
It's your
You
brand.
can't do it now.
Especially now it's getting cold.
Cold. Yeah, that's why I was gonna let mine grow back out, but now I'm gonna have to shave it again. Now I've been thinking about it. Well, yeah, that's my brand. I better keep it shaved off.
Yep. I mean,
That's right.
everyone kind of has their things. Jax can't shave his beard now. Could you imagine Jack shaved his beard?
If I shave my beard, I look like I'm 12. I'm serious.
Me too. If I shave
I've
mine, I look like I'm 10.
I've never seen an adolescent Chuck Norris, but that just scares the piss out of me. You can't shave the beard, brother. You can't get rid of that rugged good lookingness.
Oh shit.
You got to keep it. It's your brand now, brother. You got to keep it.
Instantly said he's gonna shave his head.
Hensley doesn't have any hair on his head on top from just rubbing it, thinking about why in the world did I have this child? What did I do wrong?
One day he got so drunk and he started feeling his head, and he goes, "Man, when I'm drunk, I feel like I got a full head of hair."
Did he really?
He did. I swear to God. He started patting his head. He's like, "Man, when I'm drunk, I have a full head of hair." I'm like, "What?"
You should have.
They all got good stuff.
You should have immediately like pulled out the phone and started recording and had him do it again.
It was just one of those random things. And I was like, "Did he just say that?"
Sure, it's awkward.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still freaked out about the whole people watching you the whole time. That still got me. I'm still like, I still want to get in like the shower and do the Ace Ventura like scrub down. Like it's still, ugh.
You mean like the man that's standing behind Ripley?
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. That's probably George.
It's probably George.
Right here.
No, over toward the
Back here.
yeah.
That's
right
probably
there.
George.
Okay.
The old man.
Yeah, he's got like a suit on.
That's George.
Okay.
That's the one that.
Our daughter home.
Yep, that's the
From
one.
grandma's.
Well,
From her neighbor's house.
from her Nana's house. She just came in one day randomly and told us that, I mean, we don't talk about the paranormal around the kids. You know what I mean? Like, we just don't. They'll walk in and hear us on live streams or stuff, but to go into details about things, we just don't. You know what I mean? We don't do that yet.
Right.
But she just randomly, and she's only, like, I think she done it when she was 4.
Yeah,
She come in one day and she was like, George is going to come stay with us for a little. He come over from the funeral home to Nana's, and he wants to come to our house for a little bit. And me and Ripley just kind of look at her and like,
huh?
Okay, I guess it is what it is.
She talks to him every now and then.
It kind of reminds me of that. I'm trying to think of the name now. It was a little girl. They done the haunting in Georgia. She was seeing the old guy that would push her on the swings.
Yes.
Yeah, he kind of puts me in mind of him, but a thinner version. What did she call him?
George.
No, Mr.
I ain't never seen that.
Yeah, it was huge case.
Yeah, let me look at that. Because that's going to drive me nuts not think what his name is.
Yeah, she we think, does that look like the same person that was in the back room?
No.
Oh Lord, she's brought another one home.
It's hard to tell.
Mr.
Oh,
Mr. Gordy.
Yeah, Heidi. Mr. Gordy.
Mr.
Mr.
Gordy.
Gordy? What was the backstory on that? I haven't got to see it.
There was this little girl, they moved into this new house. And immediately moving in, the little girl started hearing and seeing a bunch of stuff. And she'd be swinging on the steps, on the swing outside. And this old man would just mysteriously showing up, well dressed, and wanted to play with her. Well, she kept going in the house and saying, this Mr. Gordy wants to play with me. Well, we don't play with strangers, so you stay in now. And then he started coming in the house, and then there was this dark figure that kept showing up and scaring the crap out of her. But it just come to find out that this Mr. Gordy guy was a real guy that I don't think he lived at the property, did he?
He owned the property, I think, at one time. I just put the video in there. I think he owned it or knew the guy that owned it or something. He was always there.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And then once she started bringing, like, he started more coming into the house. I mean, did they fix the situation? I mean, everything end up okay with everything, or?
No, not really. That little girl grew up, is now an adult. She still continues to see spirits, but not the little girl anymore. I mean, not the Mr. Gordy anymore.
He's a dirty face.
There's the rotten one.
Is that the one from Bring It Home?
Yes,
Midnight said that, yeah, he owned it. He died in 1978.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, but in the private chat here, Ops, Nicole put the link to so you can watch that.
Okay. I think most kids everyone chalks it up to kids having imaginary friends, hyper, as far as having a hyper imagination. But you hear a lot of kids growing up having those imaginary friends and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why. I mean,
He's a freaking ghost.
Go on.
demonetized thanks to a 5-year-old.
Ew. 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 Ew.
All right, monkey, go on.
She wanted to let you know she knows who we're talking about.
Yeah. That one is rotten.
Go on.
See, I think us as human beings, I think we all have the ability to have certain abilities and to have that third eye. It's just that you have to learn to open it and learn how to use it. Because we all have that ability when we're little. That's where we see our imaginary friends and whatnot. But as we get older, we tend to lose how to use our abilities.
Do you think it's just
What?
you think it's just as like you grow up and you lose that innocence and that belief in things that
Yep.
you can't tangibly see as reality?
Yeah.
Kind of like when Santa Claus disappears.
Yeah.
I mean, people can laugh and when I say this, but I believe in fairies.
Yes, they like to steal your stuff.
Good night, Midnight.
Night, midnight.
They like to steal your stuff. Now, this is my wife, and I've not yet to hear this one. Now, what happened?
They stole my tarot cards.
You sure it wasn't like one of your kids that
No,
you
it
should have
wasn't.
named Fairy?
My cards was put up. They stole they stole 2 or 3 cards out of every one of my decks that I have. The same card. Still ain't found them.
I don't know. Maybe one of the kids liked what it was on the picture.
Well, I'll tell you what to do. There's another fairy that my grandma used to call on all the time, and his name is Jack. And you say, Jack, Jack, something's lost that must be found. Jack, Jack, stop and look around. Give Jack a few minutes, and Jack will find them. You might find them in an inconspicuous spot, like in a silverware drawer, or one might just be sitting on the table. But Jack does work.
Be nice to find them. Then I'd have full decks.
What'd you say?
Full
I heard that wrong
decks,
too.
not what you thought I said.
I thought I heard that wrong too. I was like, whoa.
I still didn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh,
Decks.
okay. We'll go with that.
Pete, we know where your mind's at.
When she said it, I was like, did I just hear that right? Or
I'm not the only one. Like Boots laughed and Jackson's face got red, so I'm not the only one that thought they heard it.
I was like, did she really just say that?
Everybody just got that O face, like, oh shit, did I just hear that right?
That's why I loved the way I was like, no, I didn't just hear that, right?
Shit.
Oh.
I also heard the daughter say that bad word on her way out.
You're lucky that's the only bad word that you heard her say. I just got to the point. I've gotten old and just about broke down. I'm speeding towards the grave. I believe it. I just got old and I just don't. I lost interest in busting that one's ass. She was sick when she was little. Her first 21 days, she was in the hospital, in Children's Hospital, and they sent her home with a PICC line in her heart, and we'd have to give her medicine to her 3 times a day, where she was autoimmune, and I didn't have the heart to get on her that much, and now I try to bust her ass as much as possible, but it's just too late. She's the meanest child ever. She's just rotten, and I see so much of myself in her that she does stuff, and I just kind of look, and I'm like, if I'm to bust her ass, I might as well bust my ass too, because I find it hilarious. Like, she just does stuff.
Ripley's gonna walk in one day to you spanking yourself.
Oh, she does this where she sings songs
Oh, Lord God.
as she's like insulting people. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, this is not like, I can't. It's hilarious. Like, we tell her all the time that she has an old soul because, she just does stuff that's past her years. And of course, I get hollered at that, she doesn't have an old soul and cussed along the way. But like, she's me. I love that kid to death, and I should be a better parent and tell her not to do stuff. I just can't. Like, I think it's hilarious. I guess I'm a bad parent.
I think it's hilarious.
She does stuff, and then she'll look at you like with that shit-eating grin because she knows that she's screwing with you. Like, she knows that she's doing something that she shouldn't do, and that she should be getting in trouble, but she laughs at it and goes on about her way. You know what I mean?
She came to the kitchen the other day and she goes, I'm getting an effing snake. I was like, no, you're not.
She doesn't. She doesn't care. That kid does not care whatsoever.
That kid
Now,
is
Outlaw, did Outlaw do his live in the cemetery there last night? Was it last night or the night before?
I want to say it was the night before. I think it was the same night as It's Southcast Live.
That was
The family's growing, and we're all getting better at, wanting to get on and do stuff that it's rough. Like I always try to look and see if anybody's got anything going on, because I don't want to trample on anybody else's time. But we've got so many people now that are doing lives and stuff. It's hard to to get that
Catch
individual
everybody,
time
yeah.
anymore.
I mean, I can't go live right now because I'm almost out until I buy the thing. So I'm gonna wait till next month.
I got all excited because Val had something up, and I'm like, I asked, and Ripley gets all pissed off at me because I asked her like 4 different times what today is, because she's got a thing tomorrow at I think it was at 10 o'clock, and I was all excited to get on and watch it. I'm like, oh man, she's got something tonight. I can't wait to watch it. What is today's date? And then she's like, it's the 25th, and I'm like, are you sure? What's today's date? And she's all hollering at me because I was all, I couldn't wait to get to Vale's sit down she was going to have.
I hollered at you because for some fact you asked me within an hour the same question 5 times.
You holler at me because you're people with me.
That's what men do.
It's sick.
She's hollering because that hair's coming back.
Yeah.
Danny, you scared the fuck out of me. I seen her walking through there, and I was like, was that child or was that her? Come back here. Thought it was the other one walking behind me.
Yeah.
Or is she in there with you?
I don't know where she's at. I don't think she's in here. I don't feel her in here. She Beth seen her the other night, Vale. She was Beth was laying in bed and got all freaked out. She was standing at the edge of the bed watching TV.
It wasn't the edge of the bed. It was up here by the door right beside me.
And she's like, oh Jesus. And I was like, what? She's like, I think I seen her. She was watching TV. And I'm like, yeah, probably so.
Just wanted to see what she was watching.
Well, like the very first time that I ever seen her was in that back bedroom. And I did the old double take. I was playing on Xbox. And you ever do that where you just for some reason, you kind of look over one way. You just look because you think you hear something, or you half feel something, but for some reason you just kind of look over and then you go right back to what you were doing. I panned over, looked over, seen it, looked back, but it didn't register in my mind what I had just seen.
Oh,
and then all of a sudden,
where'd it go?
Welcome to Through the Veils Live.
I was here.
They didn't want him talking about her.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I don't guess he's that.
Let me see if I can help you.
I sat here and stare at her wall. How y'all doing?
Where did she go? The door's right there. I ain't seen her go past.
They're not too far. The doll is at home, Outlaw. William is not with us. Yeah.
Oh, hell no. I wouldn't let that thing in my house. Come on.
He's pretty harmless unless he's having a fit.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Pretty harmless. That's why you don't let it stay in the house. Pretty harmless.
Well, he is harmless unless he has a fit, just like a normal child would, and then he's tearing up all kinds of equipment.
Who's that?
sorry about that, guys. My tripod exploded.
That's not good.
It was the girl. You know what you're talking about her.
Yeah. Yeah, I sat here talking about it, and then my camera just flies off the tripod. I'm like, what in the world?
Made her mad.
Yeah, like I just looked over and like then looked back to the TV and didn't register to me until I looked back to the TV, and it didn't like at the time I didn't get like scared or anything, like it didn't bother me, but I jumped up to go tell Beth what had just happened. Yeah, I think that was the first time I ever really seen her.
She's been here for a while.
I would like to know though where I picked her up from.
Well, maybe you didn't pick her up from anywhere.
Really?
I mean, think about it. I mean, you know,
Think she could have been here?
Yeah.
well, you know what? I have a theory. Of course, I can't prove it, but that's what investigators do. They have theories and they set out to try to prove them. But what are ghosts made out of, basically?
Just energy. I mean, really, isn't it?
Yes. So if that's the case, what if they can use like the electrical lines to travel from place to place? What if they can come through using that electricity or energy to come out into, say, if I had something here that wanted to come there to see you and pop up through your phone or your laptop or something to come and visit you? It is possible.
Yeah.
I have a really good theory, but
I mean, just like the
Like
Annabelle
the crap
doll,
out of us? Is that what you said?
just like the Annabelle doll. I was watching Tony Serpa do a live on that, and it's like, nope, I'm not watching it. I seen what I had to see, and that was it. And as I was shutting it off, he was saying at the same time, it's like, don't watch this too long because you're just asking for trouble. I was like, nope, I'm not doing it. I believe in it that much that I won't no.
No, I don't want that spirit hanging around.
ooh,
I seen the movie. No, I'm playing.
I seen the movie. Just like when I see a bunch of birds flying around outside. Nope, I ain't going out there seeing that movie.
What do
I
you
was,
think? Go ahead, Val.
I was just thinking I would love to be, well, not really love to be. I take that back. I don't think I would have wanted to be in Lorraine's shoes when she had that doll in her hands. I mean,
She's brave.
yeah, I like to know exactly, what kind of energy and feelings, that thing can give off. I've not been close to it, nor do I want to be.
Mm-mm.
Lorraine. She was the OG.
What?
I said Lorraine. She was the OG.
Yep.
I mean, me personally, I would want to know what is exactly why it attached to that doll, that Raggedy Ann doll, and why, what is it?
Hmm.
So, Val, what do you think? I mean, what do you think? Me and Jax are I'm kind of in the same boat with Jax. I think everybody has a form of a gift. What do you think? There's certain life triggers that makes people that triggers the ability in people, or do you think it's like how Jack says that they have to? Everybody has it, and they have to grow that ability, or is it a trigger in life that can start it and make it more pronounced in someone, or what?
I think you kind of got the best of both answers there. Um, a lot of people are born with these gifts, and a lot of them are not aware. But whenever like a tragedy does happen, and let's say they're going through like a really bad depression, or if they have an accident, something is triggered in them to become more aware of their surroundings. So that's where you're kind of getting that trigger effect. I mean, they could always been gifted, but something happened that just made them more aware, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't. It was a question I just kind of wondered. I mean, if it's an ability someone has to groom, or if it's something that, you know, it's something they could suppress, or if it's automatically suppressed as older they get, and then they can either unlock it themselves, or if it's, you know, like a near death experience or a traumatic experience, like where, I mean, true raw emotion comes through, or something that it triggers that back open in somebody.
Yeah. It's like with Boots there, whenever we was at Mackey's, and I told him that, you know, he does have gifts. And I was, well, you know, I'm still willing to help you on those. Um, I think he would be able to aggress more in what he does have if he works on it and learns what he can do. You know, I can't help him exactly with what his extent is or what he can learn, but maybe if he's, you know, taught to listen and be more aware, just like a tragedy or something that would help people be aware. I would help him find that awareness, and maybe, you know, he can strengthen in what he does.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Boots has. I mean, I truly believe in Boots in that one, just simply because being around him, me and Boots kind of, we went off by ourselves, didn't we, Boots? And the same thing that I'm feeling, I'm telling Boots, or we aren't. I'm thinking, hey, we're both drawn to the same place. Me and him, without saying a whole lot, is like, hey, we can't go past this part. You know, it feels like a line. I mean, and then I was feeling something in a certain place, and Boots calls it out immediately.
Mhm.
You know, I believe in him. I think he does have something. What it is exactly, I don't know. You know what I mean? Um, I'm not that in tune with it, but um, I just, being there firsthand and seeing it, I think I think he has something.
Yeah, because it was like that room at Mackey's. You know, he was being drawn to that room, even though he couldn't see him. You know, I walked in and seen him, but if you're able to feel that emotion and that pull of a spirit trying to tell you something, trying to get your attention, are you able to aggress, you know, further than just that, or are you just a radio? Which radios are not bad, because then you know where a spirit actually is. You just can't see them.
yeah.
I can't wait to see you guys in November at Christmas.
That's got to be that's
That
got to
would
be
be
an.
fun.
I just to see Vel, you know, just kind of do her thing. That I kind of want to see that. You know what I mean?
It's fun.
I'm like, doo doo doo, over there, over there.
It's hard to keep up with her though. She's always on the move, going to different spots. I'm like I
I
sit back
just
looking, like, what did she just?
I don't know. It's a neat thing. Um, I think it, even with it being a really cool, you know, thing to be able to do. I think even if you have that ability, then I think there's probably a bigger calling to having that ability. I think there's, not that people are lazy with it, but think of the positive that you can do with that ability. You know, as far as helping people who you know need to pass on, or you know don't, you know, spirits. But think of the abilities, like if like these missing people cases, or
I'd love
people who don't have closure with people passing on. You know, if there's like little tidbits of information that you could pass on, and I think that's where I would want to go with it if I had that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would love to do that. I mean, there's several unsolved cases that I'm pretty sure that I can help with a lot. And unfortunately, when I reached out to the family and said, you know, I'm pretty sure I can help you with this if you're, you know, open to it, and it was pretty much like, eh. So yeah, it's just the openness of people. But I think, if I could go to a scene, not only spirits do I see, but residual energy I see. It's like a house that's not supposed to be there. I've seen those things. So if I'm there at a place that a person is missing and they can tell me what the guy looked like or who it even was, and I could write it down. Or if I see like a truck or something, or if there's residual energy and I can see them coming out of a truck, I can tell you what that truck looks like, maybe what the license plate actually is. There's got to be something I could do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think though, the toll that it would have to take on you after a while. I mean, if you were to do that, like, I mean, if you were constantly in tune with negative things that were happening to people, what's the drain on you psychologically doing that too? You know what I mean? To see those, I mean, if you're constantly looking for the ending of people and traumatic situations, I mean, does that set you up for you know bad things as far as your mental health and stuff like that? I mean, it's something I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's like, when I go on investigations or I'm in a place that's really busy with spirits, what I usually deal with is like being really tired, just physically tired. I'll take a nap in the afternoon, or I'll have a headache. I go through those big bottles of Tylenol at home or ibuprofen. So, yeah, not Monte. I got that. I'm not giving away the headache pills are my friend.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. I
mean,
was just wondering.
when Nicole first told me that she was going to Bobby Mackey's, it's the closer to the date got, the more anxiety that I became, and the day of that investigation, my heart literally felt like it was going to pump right through my chest. It was pounding so hard. And I told Nicole, I said, you need to be extra careful tonight because there's something not right there. And she said, I'll be all right. I'll be okay. And Nicole, what happened?
I got my neck hurt. I know.
I mean, how many thousands of miles am I away? And I could pick up on it.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I just know, like, constantly dealing with that negative energy couldn't be healthy. You know what I mean?
But I don't know if
But
it'd be really negative. I mean, I can make it lightheartedly in myself because I know I'm helping someone.
mhm.
So,
I mean, it would be. I think maybe it's just the human aspect of seeing how somebody would end. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's what I was more driving at. Like, seeing. I mean, if it would happen that you were seeing those type of images, that would wear on a person pretty hard. You know what I mean?
but being a past EMT paramedic, I've seen death, I've witnessed death, so
Yeah.
that's not really
Yeah. But if it's something that you think that you're leaning towards, that would be awesome.
I just don't know how to get into it. I really don't.
I'll see you on Unsolved Mysteries with a string of like 13 cases solved.
I wish.
Did,
Check it
did
out.
this lady kill all these people? How did she know they were there?
Yeah.
I don't. But that's when you were saying that you reached out to people to ask them to offer help. That's what we were talking about earlier about that stigma that goes with the label of being a medium. So many charlatans have come beforehand and used that song and dance to either swindle or mislead people, that when you actually run up against the genuine artifact, people are against it because they've heard the horror stories, or seen the people that are just abusing the name for their own profit, or you know um, what
Yeah, and that's another thing. And everybody says, "Oh, you're setting yourself up for a lot of problems." But I will never, and I will repeat this, until as long as I can. I will never charge to help anybody.
Yeah.
I was given the gift for a reason. I'm not going to say, "Well, I need $1,200 just to even think about looking."
Yeah.
No.
The only thing you want is credit, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I want to help people. Even if I can help just spirits. Somebody got mad because I said I was a psychologist to the spirits. Because it's like Lester out here. He's looking, for Mabel. And I was out there a while ago and he gave me what her maiden name would have been. So I'm trying to figure that out for him too. So, because he's really sad. And he said, he's going to wait here until, he can go with her. He's not leaving without her. That's basically what he told me. So, and I'm under the understanding she's not gone yet. So he's just waiting. But he wants to talk to her. So that would again involve me finding who this 80, 90-year-old woman is. If, she's still alive and ungodly and know where she lives in the United States by now. And is she going to believe me whenever I say, I've talked to this person, they want to see you?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a cool thing, but like it's not for me. But I sure do. You know, I sure do look at you guys and be like, that's a cool gift. I mean, that's an awesome gift. But
I've tried
that's
to
a
give it away a few times.
Trying to what?
I tried to give it away a few times.
Oh,
I always said when I was a teenager, I didn't have friends, and I was always the weirdo out. And I said, well, I wish I didn't have it. I wish I could just give it to somebody. I don't want it,
yeah.
and it ain't going nowhere, so I might as well use it.
Brandon, we watched Dead Files, and I told Brandon, I said, the only two people I believe that are true to their word is Amy Allen and Nicole, because they're always so dead on.
Yep. She has said that one a few times.
Yeah.
I'd seen some prior videos that weren't like post edited through like a TV production of things that she had um, said she had seen, and like they were fact verification videos, and she was pretty spot on, like things that she probably I couldn't see how she would know, and she picked up on. The power of TV. Everyone looks great,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things. Like you look at her, and I guess it's one of those things. I look at her, and I could see, like, I believe in her eyes. I believe she is different. Like I see different. I mean, I don't know how to explain it to you. I don't know how to tell you why I think that or whatever. But it's like our son is autistic, and I'm not being mean or whatever, but most autistic kids have a look. They have. It's funny. We can go to a restaurant, and if there's a autistic kid in the restaurant, I can almost tell you. Most autistic kids have this. It's a look. It's a look in their eyes, and I don't know. Like there's a look that I think people who have that ability, they just kind of have that. It's a different kind of look in their eye.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to tell you. I don't. It's a horrible way of explaining it, but that's it.
Well, that is true because I have kinfolks that have a autistic kid, and it's like I've not been around these kids, but it's like I can sense, like, when I get near them, that something special about them, that they have a talent that other kids don't have. It's like when I go out to the graveyard, which last night I didn't because of what happened the night before, but I was just trying to use the advice everybody was giving me. But when I got out there, I could sense the spirits that were on the side I was on. and we met a new one this morning, rather, or yeah, this morning. But the ones across the street, they were watching. They were watching and waiting. But, I was just trying to be, like I told people, I'm going into it the way I went into it, with a peaceful mind, and I'm trying to help the two that I originally met, which is the little girl and George. And, you can kind of sense they're there. You get a peaceful sense about yourself. But the other 2 days ago, I guess it was, I got out of hand because I let myself get out of hand. The evil spirit didn't make me out of hand or anything. I just let myself get out of hand. And it's because he kept on, and I just finally, it was like a human being, if you keep nagging at something, they're finally going to snap on you, And that's kind of what happened. I let myself down. So last night I took a different approach to it. I just stayed across the street to try to let the situation calm down because of the little girl. And that's what I'm going into it for. But even with kids, autistic, you can kind of feel something's there. And I've witnessed that, and it's, people tell me, "Oh, you're crazy. You don't feel nothing." Okay, do you want me to swap bodies with you and maybe you can take a run at what I'm feeling and seeing? I mean, maybe you'll get a glimpse of real life, I mean, I don't have any reason to lie. I don't have anything. I'm just average Joe. I'm just trying to make it in the world.
I've always said this. It doesn't matter the amount of evidence you produce for a skeptic. They will always find why it's not real.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We're in a field that that is the norm, to not believe. I mean, it is what it is. That's the genre. That's the lifestyle that we're in. It's it is what it is.
Yeah. And nowadays you got so many people faking things to where it's making it even harder for paranormal investigators to prove what's really there, because you got these guys setting up sceneries and stuff like that, or having people behind the wall tapping on the wall. I mean, that's not helping us by any means, but how you gonna stop those people? They're out for money and stuff like that. How you gonna stop them?
I think that's it. I think it's I've said it on like a lot of your bigger channels. If you look at kind of like their bios, they put in that this is for entertainment purposes. This isn't. They're not doing it as a documentary style
Right.
channel as far as evidence based. I mean, and everybody knows we don't have to call out channels, and we don't have to carry on with it. That's kind of the reason why all of us, kind of signed up for our, what we're pushing as far as Investigators Unite. It's banding together with people that we believe do it the right way. To always have their back and show up for their live streams, or to promote what we think that they're doing that's the right thing. Um, I got to the point with channels that I don't believe in. I just unsubbed them. I don't care what they do. It's not my cup of tea. So I don't drag myself down with worrying about the things that they do wrong. I want to lift up the channels and that I believe in. So you know, it, I guess that's my take on it.
I mean, when I'm in a conversation with you guys, that's like Southcats the other night. I mean, there were so many people over there. Southcats are good people. AK, you know, the list goes on and on. You know, uh, but when you're in a lobby, not like the other night, but I was in one lobby, and it's like I just got this feeling one of them wasn't right, or they had evil intentions or something like that, and it's like I had to go back to the comment section. I couldn't be on live, because I felt like it was wrong to be on screen with them, with that person, because they talk nice, but yet they're talking behind people's backs. And I don't deal with that. That's one thing that triggers me. I don't deal with that kind of stuff. My grandpa always told me, you're gonna find real people in the world. They're gonna be far in between, and you can't trust everybody, which, is a life lesson. But he said when you find those real people, you stick with them and you do all you can to show that you're with them. So that's what I've always done.
I mean, if you look at kind of like our core group of people, and I'm new to the group, Ripley's been around for a while doing it, but if I go to Dave's live, or if I go to South Cax, or if I go to when Jackson and Vale do their stuff, if I go in there, there's a few people that I don't know in each different group that they've picked up along the way. But if you look at the core group of people that always show up to everybody's stuff, um, anybody can say anything and give lip service to anybody, but people showing up for your lives and commenting and being a part of your thing, that's them actually in their actions showing you that they're worth investing in them and having a relationship with them through your channels.
Yep.
And that's like uh, David and Dave. Those two guys have been my, I guess you would say, eyes behind the camera, in the chat. Every night I go out, either one or both of them are on chat. And if they see something I don't, or hear something I don't, they'll stop me. They'll be like, did you hear this? Or did you see that? Or there's something there, and ancient last night. I mean, same thing, and I appreciate those guys because you can have people on the screen with you that may not see nothing. I mean, we may not see nothing that these guys see, you know, and that's what I appreciate about them because they're not asking to come up on the screen. They're asking to be behind the scenes to catch what other people don't catch. And I've said many of times before, anybody I know in the group, I thank everybody because not everybody has to show up. I know people have jobs. I know people have families, and there are things in between. But what I do is I go to Twitter or Facebook, wherever I have these guys, and I'll message them, hey, are you okay? Are you doing all right? And that's what I do. I mean, if I can't be in the live, it's like I miss South Cax sometimes. I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. He was like, don't worry about it. We understand you got things going on. And you got to be able to understand that things are in life. And you're not, I mean, you know, since I've been doing this, I mean, things are chaos. I mean, I'm on lives and it's like, you go from one friends to the other friends live and it's like on go, 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 go and sleep very little, and, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm doing what I enjoy most.
Yeah.
And
That's
that's to find out about the paranormal and learn more about it, and find out how much. I mean, I'm gonna say this out of everything, and I've told everybody this graveyard is like I don't know, it's the most unique graveyard I've ever been around, or haunted place, or anything. This graveyard every night, whether it's just a little or it's a lot, it's always got something to show you. And I mean, it is ridiculous. I mean, even me standing across the street last night, things were going on across the street where I was, and it was like, okay, cool. You know, there's a flag across the road, you know, and I spotlighted it, and there was no wind, and it was waving like there was a big old gust of wind. I was like, yeah, somebody's trying to wave at me or something over there.
Somebody trying to get your attention.
And then the bush was moving. Then the big flag back in back of me was, and it was like, that's pretty cool. You know, I mean, nothing about it scares me because the way I feel, if you're going into it, don't have the heart to fear anything. Because if you do, you're going to run into the wrong thing that's going to make you really flip out, you know.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of graveyards that you can't go in nowadays, like Urban Ghost Urban Explorations prove that. Other groups like them has proven that there are people standing around the graveyards. And they're out to harm people. They're out to do things to people. You know, so you have to be careful where you go and what you're doing, you know, of your surroundings, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the sad fact that a lot of the places are closed is the fact that people can't be respectful. People go in and damage things, and it hurts everybody else.
Yeah.
You know, it's sad that a lot of these things have. Holy shit! An Ovilus 5 for how much? Hang on, sorry guys. Message them and see. Well, we might be getting us an Ovilus. But everybody is like a lot of people went and damaged these places or these abandoned places that go in and tear stuff up, and it just hurts it for everybody else. It's a shame that your big places like Waverly Hills and your different prisons are charging 13, 14, upwards of $1,000 for people to go in there. It's outrageous that it's costing that much to go to try to get evidence. And the bad thing of it is a lot of your abandoned places and cemeteries, unless you're trespassing, you can't be in there legally. So it leaves a lot of your places that you can go to paid places that you have to pay. And it's a shame that it has gotten to that.
And I'll tell you this is weird as anything. You know how if you're in a cemetery, usually the cops will stop and they'll ask you what you're doing. These cops in my town, obviously they know something about this cemetery that I don't know beyond what I know, because not once I've seen cop cars drive down the road. I've seen them go back down the road, but I've never seen them come in there and ask me, what am I? Never. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Bubby.
But I mean, it's weird. The cops have never, even when I did the 3 a.m., they never come there. And it's not like, you can't, the front of it is where the openings are. So they've never come in there and asked me, hey, what are you doing at this time of night in here? They've carded me for being on a payphone. They've carded me for walking. They've done all this kind of stuff, but I'm in a graveyard and you don't come and ask me what I'm doing.
He's probably thinking you're crazy enough to be in there at 3 o'clock. We're leaving him alone.
Well, they know who I am anyway. This town, they know that I've gotten in cops' face and I've told them, look, y'all leave me alone. I know my rights. And thing about this town is they don't like it when you say you've got a lawyer or going to get a lawyer out of town. They always just walk away. They're one of those little towns that think everybody in their town is goody good.
I'll be back, guys.
See, nobody likes the lawyer, do they, Jax? Like, damn, this guy's I'm out. I don't know. It's I don't know. I've been to a few places that, like, Bethel always seems like it's active. Bethel always seems like the energy there is heavy, like it's negative. And it always seems like there's something there. But I don't know. I just some places it's hit or miss. I mean, some of it, I guess, maybe it's when you go places and maybe you're more in tune that night to what's going to happen. Maybe nights you go that maybe you're spiritually not right to receive whatever's going to happen. You know what I mean? Um, Maybe some nights you go and maybe you are more uh, open to receiving things, so you get more evidence. I don't know. I mean, I know there's investigators that go places and they seem to get legitimate good evidence,
Yeah.
and then another investigator will go and they get nothing,
Yeah.
and then another investigator will go and they get a bunch. So maybe people who are investigating that go don't have a whole lot of um, abilities, so they don't get a whole lot of evidence. And then maybe the people who go and get the evidence. Maybe they have somebody with them that does have more abilities.
Right. But I'm gonna screen up because I got a Facebook message I got to answer real quick, but I'll still be in here. But
Not a problem.
they just messaged me. It's one of my kin folks. I'll be right back.
Not a problem. But yeah. So you what'd you say your next one was, Jax? Was it Nip? Or Kip or something like that?
Are they still on here?
I think Vale said she had to go do something and Outlaw was going to answer a Facebook message.
No.
But yeah. He was telling did you hear him when he was talking about what the lake, I think it was a lake that he was going to, that it's some of the things that they're saying that they're seeing is like hands coming out of the water like they were people who had drowned and stuff.
No, I didn't hear. I might have been when I was in the bathroom.
Yeah, that would be freaky to see.
Yeah.
That would do you in.
Sure scared the crap out of me.
Oh, absolutely. I was looking to see if anybody else had a live one going so we weren't overrunning people. Huh?
Clown does.
Oh, Clown does? I didn't know if PLE does or not.
I looked. I didn't see anything.
I just didn't want to walk on somebody else's live, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That way. No. 303's got one going right now. I think that's about it. I just didn't want to be running one when somebody else was trying to get up on one.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm having a heck of a time getting back to the live stream or to the one thing. Past life, brother, why aren't you up here?
Yay! Hi, Past Life.
It's always fun when you're in the chat, brother. When you're on the panel. I gotta have some. I've got two superstars up here. I need another one. You guys you guys lend credence to my channel by having you up here. I'm the name dropper of the paranormal community. When I go back and edit, I can be like, I had Through the Veil and Past Life. So be clicking that StreamYard link and get your butt up here.
Well, we can't turn it up for a while, okay?
I was telling everybody on the stream earlier that we were laughing and joking about. I think Ripley had passed. Or did I wake you up and tell you about the car crash, hon?
I was. Yeah, I think you did. You what?
We were all laughing. I'd seen Critter in here earlier, and I put up the link, but I never did see her jump in.
I don't know where she went. It's like she disappeared after it went up.
She probably had to go make wonton soup. She might have had that. Nah, she probably got the hankering for wonton soup again. Yeah. I don't know. I am so tired of coughing. My ribs and lungs hurt every time. This is getting old.
You are old.
Don't you start. Have you hey past life, have you seen what was that one that we seen the other day, hon? It was with the it's like a tool for making circles. It's got the point and a pencil on one side. What's that thing called?
Charlie?
A what?
What are you talking about?
Needle on one side and it's a pencil on the other side. And it's like in the shape of an A, and you can point it and it'll make a perfect circle. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's kind of like the new challenge that you do at like midnight or 3:00 that you draw a circle with it, and then it has like different letters all the way around it, and then there's like a yes or no and something else. It's kind of like it's almost like a modern day Ouija board type deal.
Pendulum?
It's a what?
A pendulum.
I don't know. I'm from Southern Ohio. I couldn't tell you if that's the proper
board.
No. This is with something totally different. I'd seen it the other night. I'll have to look it up now. A protractor. Thank you, David. A protractor.
It's a protractor.
I just explained it to you. But apparently you draw out the circle and then you put in your letters all the way around the circle, and then like a yes, no, open, close, whatever. And then you're supposed to hold, you put the protractor end all the way down, like the needle part, in the center of the paper, and then you hold the part that you would normally spin to make the circle. You hold it with just the tip of your finger, and you point out the pencil part at a 90-degree angle, and you hold it and you ask questions, and the protractor is supposed to spin to whatever letter, or it's kind of like a modern day take on a Ouija board almost. That's what it is.
You know how I feel about Ouija boards.
Well, I don't like them either, but I'd seen a little girl. She's new to YouTube, and I think she's only got like 100 subscribers. She does a really good job on her videos. I'll probably even drop the link in the thing since we were talking about it. She's a really nice girl. She does really good videos, does like really good editing and stuff on it. But she did that the other night, and you could tell it was like legitimate. Like the poor little girl, her eyes were all red from where she probably doesn't stay up late. I mean, she looked tired, and she got all freaked out. But during her video, when I was watching it, I don't think she opened and closed the board. I didn't watch it all. Like I didn't watch, or she didn't video the entire thing, like her opening the board or closing the board. She just kind of done the snippets of asking questions and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it's like a new modern take on the Ouija board. I think it's like the protractor. It might be like the protractor challenge or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to look it back up. What are you doing, Jax? You're back, brother.
Yeah.
I was asking, but I think you would. Actually, it's an A-shaped device called a compass. Thank you. It's the compass challenge. Thank you, David. Thank you very much, brother. That it was the compass challenge. I knew once I heard it, I'd remember it. But yeah, it's look it up. It's the compass challenge. I don't know if it's legitimate. I think it's all in how open you are to believe in it. So I was telling Ripley that you were saying that, was it Lake Nip or Kip? What was the lake again?
The Nip, it's called.
The Nip.
Yeah, Nippatucket, I think it's called. The actual name is.
But I was telling her how you were saying that some of the reports there were like there was hands coming up out of the water and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to? Is it like the investigation is most of it just from like dockside? I mean, do they have the option to like go out in a boat or
No, you have to do it by shore.
by shore?
But
Has there been like?
it's strange because there's an island out in the middle of the lake,
Uh-huh.
and you can see flames like a phantom fire.
Really?
And if you go there and try to track it down, it's completely gone by the time you get there.
I mean, has there been like loss of life in that area? Like, I mean, is it a pretty good sized lake?
Oh yeah,
Bigger boats would be on. I mean, has there been like capsizes and stuff there? Or is it just drownings, like from like swimmers?
they actually, from what I understand, the deepest part of the lake is 8 feet. So it is possible that there are people that have drowned there.
Yeah. That's kind of our running joke. Like we have a lake here that's Lake Jackson, and the very deepest part of Lake Jackson is only like 11 feet. You know what I mean?
Right.
But by and large, all of it, like most of the lake is like 4.5 feet to 6 feet tall. That's all the deeper it is, and most of it. There's like a wide channel that runs through the middle of the lake.
Mm-hmm.
That's the deep part, but you're talking the very center of the lake, but most of all the shorelines and everything are only like 4 feet tall. And people are all the time carrying on that people get drowned out there. I'm like, well, shit, the only thing they do is stand up. But they're Lake Jackson, what was it, 2 years ago, hon? In the cold, a lady just pulled up, got out of her car, took off her clothes, walked out into the lake, and drowned herself.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nutbag.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what was going through her head or anything, but I mean, that would be a horrible way to go, drowning.
But
Drowning would be bad, but drowning yourself,
Yeah.
that's something. I wonder how she kept herself under there.
I don't know. I mean, I think human nature would make you want to jump up to get
Yeah.
air. You know what I mean? Just that want to live, like that's down inside of you.
Right. Yeah, there's a whole section. There's like 200 square area that's in the shape of a triangle. It's called the Bridgewater's Triangle. And there's at the heart of it, what started it all was a place called Hockomock Swamp, which Hockomock is a wampum word that means where spirits dwell. And that was based on our investigation the other night when we went to Anawan Rock. And that's where the war supposedly ended. The last tribesmen that were up against the colonists that were here back in the day, they ended up slaughtering all the Indians. And so one of the places that started it was at Hockomock Swamp, where they were actually using the swamp. The Native Americans were actually using the swamp to fight the colonists. And their wampum belt was stolen, which had all the history of the tribe was on this belt. And some claim that if until that belt is returned, that there's a big huge curse based on the area. Well, that area, Bridgewater Triangle, was found and coined Bridgewater Triangle by cryptozoologist Lauren Coleman.
I'd never heard of the place.
Yeah, there's a whole. If you go to the BridgewaterTriangle.com, you can actually buy the. You can buy the video. You can buy the CD, or you can buy a digital copy, or you can go on Prime Video and buy the copy there, digital copy, so you can just watch it for yourself. It's really fascinating stuff.
Hey, you know what we need to do? We need to take Val to like Oak Island and where all the buried treasure is, and we'll just make her just communicate with all the spirits until we find all the stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Be like, come on, Val, you can talk them into telling us where all the. I think Oak Island would be an awesome place to investigate because there has been 6 deaths there, and a lot of history on the island. I think that would be a really cool place to actually go and investigate.
Yeah, or where is that? Somewhere out in maybe it's Nevada or somewhere. Some treasure that everybody's been looking for.
Oh, I know exactly it's in Nevada. It was a bunch of gold that they had put in the mountains somewhere, and so many people went out to go get it and just disappeared.
Yep.
Yep. I remember that. I think a place that, and I've said this before, I think, could you imagine for like a medium or a paranormal investigator how active a place like Auschwitz or Dachau or any of those places would be? I mean, it would have to be insane.
Try just walking into your normal hospital.
Yeah. It would, I mean, it would have to be just chaos on them. You know what I mean? Like the amount of suffering and loss of life in one place,
Mm-hmm. I would probably be broke down most of the time. It's, even with the one out here I said I've been speaking to, he got upset yesterday last night, and I almost cried because I could feel his emotions and everything. So I could imagine being in a place like that. I would be a teetotal mess.
Do you think like where the Twin Towers stand, do you think that you'll eventually get forms of residual, haunting and spirits through there as well? I mean,
No doubt.
They say there already is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be residual. I think it would be all intelligent.
I mean, do you think you might get some of the residual? I mean, from the first initial plane crash, people who didn't know, I mean, what had happened. I mean, people that were killed without warning, and stuff like that. And I mean, like, what do you think about like plane crashes and stuff like that? Do you think those spirits are locked around where the plane crash? I mean, you say they travel from place to place, but do you think they kind of get stuck there until they figure out they can move? Veil, or
Oh yeah.
do you think so?
Yeah. Because even like sometimes with the younger spirits, um, they've hung around, like where their house is or where they played all the time or something, and until they figure out that well, I can actually move around. I mean, yeah, it's with all spirits. I mean, you have to figure it out because I've actually had one spirit tell me that whenever they died, they had the belief that certain things happened, and when it actually did happen for them, it was different, and they were completely lost to where they were supposed to go or what's to happen next. I mean, it was, like walking in school for the first day, where do I go? So, yeah, I actually had to help them out because they were completely lost. It didn't happen how it's supposed to.
Well, I got to plug in.
Yeah, it's the great unknown, I guess.
Hmm.
I mean, it really is. I I don't know. It's a shame that people who, and I've been to church my whole life, but it's a shame that because you because religion says one thing, or people haven't interpreted that religion to mean this, that it rules out the possibility of what we believe. But if you go back and read through the Bible, I mean, Lazarus was raised from the dead. Um, and I don't think it was, actually, he was in spirit form to go back and tell, his son not to live the life he did. And it tells you that I think it was that Jesus was on the mountain. He communicated with the spirits. Um, I don't know. Um,
Well,
I don't.
in the Bible, it does say, and I'm not going to start preaching up in here, spirits do roam to and fro. It does say that in there.
Uh-huh.
And it talks about the river of life and things like that, correct? Um, the best way that I can explain it, and I really don't like explaining it, but I will, tell you what, spirits have told me because they do roam to and fro. But the better way to explain it when people talk about, they go to heaven, and what actually happens is the energy within us, okay, which can be ascended. And there is actually a river there in metaphoric speaking that's more like a collective. And the creator, if you want to call him God or whatever you want to call him, okay, you are made by that collective and you are, reborn or, however you want to put that. I don't want to say reincarnated. It's such a bad word. But yeah, people have, oh God, this is so hard to explain. When people have like extra memories that they shouldn't have, like you heard about the little boy that knew that he was a soldier. It's
Yes.
because he was so close to that other energy within that collective. And whenever he was, born as the little boy, then he also had the residual memories or the energies of that man.
Did you just catch that?
Yeah. The was that the little boy that
No, I'm not talking about the talk in between you and Vale.
no, I never heard anything.
It sounded like a little kid.
I didn't hear anything. Did you, Val?
No, I wasn't paying attention really.
You'll have to go back and listen to
It
it.
said hello.
Okay, well,
I don't
hello, whoever you are.
I don't know. You have to go back and you might just be hearing stuff.
No,
I didn't hear
I'm
anything.
serious. It came over the speaker on my computer.
Well, go back in time and listen
How
to
do I
it.
do it?
You'll have to go to YouTube and go back and she's tore up now. Was that the little boy that he thought he was a soldier from World War II who's the soldier was in the Navy and he ate the soldier and him would always take the end crust out of the bread first. Was that the same one?
I don't really remember all of the story, but they was really confused on how this little boy knew so much about the history of that war.
Yes.
And he was actually, I guess as a kid he was upset that they was calling him by the name that they gave him. He's like, no, my name is such and such. Well, they
Yes.
actually
Yes.
got to looking and found out it was an actual real person that was in that war. And
Yep. I think I had seen that once before, and had watched something on it, but the little boy, his brother, the soldier was a World War II sailor, and the brothers, I think there was 4 of them all together, and 3 of the brothers had died. The one brother, the family had reached out to him, and the little boy was kind of weird about how he would do stuff. The little boy would take both ends of the crust out of the bread. Like he would take the crust end out and he would pull all the bread out and take the other end crust out. The soldier, when he was through life, they didn't have the sliced bread in the packs per se, but he would always eat the crust ends first. But the family had been talking about the little boy and saying that he was that guy, and so the brother was telling stories about him, and that come up that the little boy did the same exact thing.
Yeah. So yeah, whenever your spirit goes back up there, you have the chance to be reborn, and it does happen. Or a lot of spirits like to stay around because I've said this before. They know they've passed, and they're all of a sudden they're with their child that they haven't seen before, or they're with their husband or their brother, and they decide to stay around because they can now see them and visit them, and they don't choose to go anywhere.
Huh. I just kind of wondered, you know what I mean, like that.
Yeah.
Pretty well, you know what I mean. I think it would be rougher for like say for you, like when you're seeing like spirits from the colonial times. I mean, what would hold them to the earth that long? You know what I mean? I could get it if it's a husband that had passed, like that poor situation with the YouTuber here that just happened. I think that boy was 19 years old. What was his name? I don't even remember. He just passed. He had like a brain injury, and he had passed, and he just had a newborn baby. He's got 2 kids, and one he just had it like 3 months ago. He donated all these organs. Seemed like I went back and watched a couple of these videos. Seemed like a really nice kid. But he's not going to be able to, in this life, see those kids grow up. I could see how a person would want to stick around to watch over their kids and, into grandkids maybe. But I mean, you would think after, if it was colonial times and it was 1776, I mean, why is somebody still stalking a battlefield? I mean, what could possibly hold them here any longer?
Residual. Yeah. Because maybe something, say for instance, just as an example, like Gettysburg, there was so much tragic and so much like just all of a sudden you're alive 1 second and bang, you pass on within seconds, and all that energy is still trapped there. So that's why you see a bunch of soldiers still running around fighting the battle, because they, in their minds, they're still fighting it.
Hang on. Ripley went back and watched that, Val. Right when you first started to talk about the little boy, she says, and Outlaw says he could hear it, that it sounded like somebody said hello. Like right when you went to say something, it's right when you first started to go talk about the little boy. Somebody said hello. Yeah. I never even heard it.
I even hear like if you're watching through the back end of the live, you can even hear some little voices in the video, but you can hear the hello plain as day.
It might be the little girl on your end telling me hello since I helped her out.
Probably.
Just a quick question though on that. You sure it's not my TV that you hear?
No, it wasn't your TV. Because my TV's on too, and it's up a little bit, and I don't hear it.
Okay.
No, I have to go back and look now.
Yeah. I mean, as far as like reincarnation and that sort of stuff, it's like some people think are drawn to a certain um, period in time that they're always fascinated about. I mean, that possibly that's because that they were alive in that time,
Yeah.
so to speak. And
Yeah.
like for instance, like how do I put this, Nicole? Um,
Wow.
somebody was it somebody? Where did you get the captain from? How did you get that? Did someone tell you that?
Yeah, the lady told me that came up from the street.
That makes sense to me, Jax. Like, I don't know. I have this weird fascination with World War II. I did as a kid. Like, I didn't watch Saturday morning cartoons at all. Like, I watched Bob Ross paint happy little trees, and I watched every PBS documentary I could watch on World War II when I was a kid. I just didn't watch. This what it was. You know what I mean? Um, but it was I think you might be onto something with that because even to this day, it still fascinates me. Like I retain I'd forget what I ate yesterday, but if I hear something on that, I tend to absorb it and hang on to it. Maybe it's just a fascination for me. I don't know, or maybe it's something like that. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah,
it's fascinating too because I was having this discussion with Nicole the other night, and I told her I've always been fascinated with the old west of the 1880s, or like England, like medieval England way back in the day, and I said, but there is one other place that nobody that I've never told anyone about, but I'm also fascinated with like Nautica and the sea and being on the high seas and sailing and all that stuff. And she got Captain Joe White, and for some odd reason, I don't know, she's like, look it up because that's my name, that's my real name. And I looked it up, and out of Salem, Massachusetts, back in the 1700s, there was a Captain Joe White.
and what's weird is y'all look alike.
Yeah. Tell me that ain't weird.
That's an odd one, brother. That one right there will make you go, huh?
I think I could bring up the picture. I could put it as my profile picture real quick.
But what's really fascinating about that is that there was a big trial. He was 82, and he was bludgeoned and stabbed to death.
Mm-hmm.
So a traumatic passing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What'd they call it? The gaslight? What was that? Murders or something?
that was part of it. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as she puts this up here, I mean, I got to see this with my own eyes because, I mean, 3 Chuck Norrises through history, something's not right. It's reincarnation for sure.
But he
This
didn't
guy comes through and has that brawny, sexy beard. I'm done. I'm over.
Actually, he doesn't have a beard.
have a beard.
Oh, no beard.
No beard.
No. I wish I could
So
put a beard on the dude, but let's see if I can change this.
Yeah.
I can do. I know I can do.
let's see here.
Hang on a minute.
There we go. That way we get a good picture of it.
I'm trying here. Click on that. I'm trying to scoot it in here. Okay, that's just gonna have to do.
That's
It
you.
it kind of does, doesn't it, brother?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
That is just weird looking.
That's funny.
But with Nicole's skills, we're gonna thinking about like putting. I mean, look at this.
More of the side profile. Keep going. He might have you beat on the schnoz, man. You don't have the eagle beak as much. You got that cute petite nose compared to that dude. That dude had a pretty good sized nose.
But she's gonna try to put a beard on him and see what comes out.
Yeah.
Just print out the paper or just print it out on a piece of paper and go Sharpie on it.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah. Brandon gets tired of hearing me talk about Salem, Massachusetts.
Well, you know what's even more strange is that everyone talks about Salem, Massachusetts, but nobody knows this fact about Salem, Massachusetts. Old Salem Village was never in the place that Salem is today.
Nope, it wasn't.
Yeah.
So none of that stuff, it all happened in Danvers, Mass. All the witch trials, all the hangings, everything happened in Danvers.
My cousin traced our family back to the Putnams.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's also the one that traced you back to being a pharaoh and queen, the whatever queen, and Rossi and
Back to the Putnams.
and the Pope. I think she even said you was a direct descendant from Jesus, so you gotta watch her.
Descendant from Jesus.
No, not everybody is a direct descendant from Jesus. They could be from Adam and Eve, but not Jesus.
Well, whatever.
I would like to go. Was it Roanoke? Was the lost? Wouldn't it be kind of cool to find Roanoke, the lost village?
That would be pretty cool.
Not after watching the American Horror Story version.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, you guys see this.
Oh no.
I
She
put a
started.
partial beard on him.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
This is gonna be. Hang on a minute.
You gotta draw it. You gotta draw the beard and put a set of headphones on him, and then that will be Jack's.
I done as good as I can.
But it's gotta have the headphones.
That's funny.
Now we're gonna be stuck with this weird looking avatar.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh Jesus.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can too, especially in the eyes. Not so much the nose, but the eyes.
It could be, brother. It's one of those things. Jack says that she can't remember what happened last week. Remember everything from when I was 2 years old. I don't like. I got a question. Like, when I can remember vividly becoming a person, does this make sense? Like your first actual memory. Like, I floated through my younger, like just being a kid. You know what I mean? Do you ever remember when you became aware of yourself? Does that make sense? As a child, does that make sense to anybody at all?
Well, it does, because I've had people tell me that even they have memories of when before they became a person, like floating around in this big vast void of nothingness.
it's not even so much that, but like my first memory, and it's as vivid today as it was when it happened when I was there, was kind of like um it was preschool, and I could and mom had dressed me in like this little gray suit with like this little tie, you know what I mean? And that's my first vivid memory that I can remember. But even to this day, like even remembering back at that time, like at that time, that was my first being aware of myself. Like I wasn't cognizant of myself until right then. Like I it was kind of like it registered, hey, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like I'm a person. You know, does that make sense? Does that you kind of know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Is that
I,
okay?
I do. Yeah, because I remember when I was 2, and this happened like I can remember this like it happened yesterday. I was 2 years old, and this was okay. I'm dating myself a long ass time ago, and my mother was driving. My father was sound asleep in the back seat. One of our friends was in the front seat holding me. And what happened next is someone hit my mother on the freeway, spun the car around in the middle of the highway, and I remember being like on the side of the road, cops showing up and everything, and I remember my father reaching out for my father like this, and he pulled me out through the window that was open about that much, and I remember looking at the damage, my father holding me, and I was looking at the damage going, wow.
I
So, yeah.
remember some stuff when I was a kid. My mom says I shouldn't remember it because I was a kid. I remember we had just moved into a new house, and I had sat in a pile of ants. And I remember my grandma scooping me up and putting me in a warm tub of water to get the ants off of me to keep them from biting me.
Wow.
And I was, let's say, about 5 years old when that happened.
I don't know. It was just one of those weird things. Like I even in that moment, like I felt like I had arrived. You know what I mean? Like I had became somebody. It's a weird way of putting it, but that's how I felt.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like
remember
you,
my kindergarten Halloween party at school, and I was scared. I cried.
I lost all mine.
Yeah. But I wouldn't mind going to Roanoke myself.
that would be a cool place, wouldn't it, brother?
I mean, that place, I mean, I just saw a documentary not too long ago. Uh, they were saying that the natives, of course, there's nothing to back this up. This is just a bunch of people that got together trying to find bits and pieces of answers, and this is what they came up with for answers, but just by talking to people and whatnot. Because the first theory was that they got absorbed into the tribe. That's why they all disappeared. The second one, what according to this team was, and what happened was that the natives realized that they were uh, doing and speaking Algonquin magic and talking Algonquin language, and they thought it was evil, so they just killed everybody.
I could go out there and talk to them, find out.
Yeah, find out.
If they speak English.
But Algonquin is not. Yes, but this is weird. Male jacks and female jacks. This is so weird. But jacks, if they just walked into the ocean by 3 years, I mean, their structures would still be standing, would they not? I mean, it took 3 years before the captain came back. I mean, he left his wife and his child there so he could go back home to get more supplies, but the queen put a stop to anyone else leaving the country. That's why it took him 3 years to get back.
I don't know. I a lot of what I read was like they think that most of them got absorbed into the tribes, into the local tribes of the area because they were, they were starving out. I guess it's one of those things we'll probably never really ever know.
No, because that's what I heard too. And then, like I said, I think I got, geez, if I can, I got it on my my Voodoo account. I have the documentary on there. If I can figure out how to, if I get the name for it, I'll send you the name for it, and you can look it up.
Well, it's kind of like the mass die-offs of the Mayan and all those, like a few of the huge temple complexes they had. I mean, you're talking these temple complexes. Some of these things were, super city size as far as millions of people living in these areas, and they just vanished from the area.
Right. I mean, there was a lot of civilizations that just disappeared like that. I mean, if you believe in Atlantis, I mean, they just poof, gone.
Yeah.
I really like the Pompeo. I mean, I don't like it as far as what happened, but the snapshot in time about how the ash fell, and literally it looks like it was snapshots of life at that time. I mean, the way that.
Yeah. We watched a documentary on that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah. They got like sculptures of it of the.
Yeah, they would find like the empty.
Museum.
Yeah, the empty voids. They would find it from where the hot ash and stuff would pretty much incinerate people, but from the outside in, and it would leave like the voids of what the people would have been there. And they when they started discovering it, they would pour the cavities plumb full of plaster, and that's how they got those the bottles of what they were finding.
Yep.
But there's been a bunch of like different civilizations through time that has just kind of
disappeared.
Yeah, you don't know if they just up and moved, went somewhere, but you think about the amount of people that would have had to been dispersed just out of like the Mayan, and there was another one, I can't think of the other culture that was there. There was another Incan. Yeah, it was the Incan civilizations. They you're talking like tens of millions of people were in these complexes that lived around it. That kind of mass migration of people, it would have had to have left evidence somewhere that they were going somewhere, but it's just like they were there and then not gone, but they're not finding any evidence of like mass burials or anything like that.
Right.
But there's one of those temple complexes. I can't remember where it is, but I think it's in the Midwest, isn't it? And it's supposed to be a underground river that runs from Lake Tahoe to somewhere, and Indians were throwing people into that void, and that was the reason why that they were finding body parts and stuff that was indigenous to one area, clear like 7 states away. But it was because it was going through that underground, what they figured was an underground river going that way. But I think it was Jacques Cousteau who was like the big oceanic diver. He dove down to the bottom of Lake Tahoe where that river is supposed to go through, and he made the comment that civilization was not ready for what he had seen. What that, you take it for what it was worth, you know what I mean? But that was his comments on it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as far as finding bones, Jax, from the deceased from the Titanic, not going to find any. Those were disintegrated a long time ago.
Yeah, they would have fell apart.
Yeah, I think they said the lifespan the how long it would normally last. I think a bone under that type of at that depth, because of the pressure on the bone, would have crushed it, because of the air pockets. Like your bone isn't like a solid bone; it's microscopic holes all the way through it. The pressure would have crushed them. But I think they said to recognize a bone, you would have had to have been there within 5 years of it going down,
Right.
to actually to catch it.
Rev Critter is in the basement.
Oh, let me grab him.
Just look at the Titanic itself. There's the organisms down there are just slowly eating it away,
Yeah.
and they claim that it's going to be another 100 years before the Titanic is totally gone.
Can we play checkers here?
Check it.
Yeah, because look at us.
Yeah. I just now noticed that. That's funny.
Okay, it's a story.
A man named Jax.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to have a lot of the questions of stuff that's happened like that, but we probably never will.
I mean, did you hear the latest on the Titanic? What they're saying now? What happened? It's not actually what they're saying now. It's been maybe 5-10 years now. They've been saying this, that there was actually a fire on board before they even set sail, before they even took on passengers. And
Really?
fire made the side of the ship so brittle because the fire was inside the coal. And it made it so brittle that when it hit the iceberg, that's what made the rivets pop, because it hit right on that line where the metal was brittle.
Really?
Kind of like the heat from the fire had, like, when you build like a knife, when you do it, and then you got to re-temper the steel to make it hard. That would make sense. You know what I mean? It didn't get quenched again. It heated up and made it brittle. I mean, that would make sense. I don't know. Yeah, I mean that would actually probably be more plausible than.
Well, how do they come up with that? I mean, it's not like you can get evidence of a fire underwater. I mean, are there people that are saying that we're working on it, or what?
No, they're saying that if you look at old photographs, you can actually see like a mark where it appears like it's been burned.
Really?
I mean, the people in the boiler room, they were shoveling that coal like nonstop, trying to get that fire out, from what I understand.
I have not heard that theory.
Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
I seen something hilarious the other day. It was a video, and it was at this mall, and one of the water mains that run over the ceiling had burst, and it was dumping water into the mall, like in this big atrium of the mall. And they had a live band there, and they started playing the Celine Dion song from the Titanic.
Nice.
funniest shit I ever seen. I'm like, that dude, whoever started that, was an asshole.
That's
Yes, he
funny.
was.
What time are you throwing your live up, past life? 'Cause I don't want to walk on your time, brother.
Oh, even if you were to, I wouldn't mind. Doesn't matter to me. I'm not possessive.
No.
See, all I'm just trying to do is get my hours in now while I can,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna slow down it. So that's gonna be the thing.
Well, that's what I was telling Ripley. I was like, I don't want to walk on anybody's time. If you got one that you're planning, just let me know. I'll gladly,
Oh no, you're
cut this one
good.
out. And I
Yeah,
mean, Lord, we can always migrate to yours, brother.
right. But
Wildebeest.
yeah, but don't ever think that you got to. Just because I'm one doesn't mean we're competing.
I
We're
know.
just doing our thing.
I know that, but like I said, I know that you're trying to get stuff like that too. And like I said, I've been up here for 3.5 hours, and I just hate the idea of I would step on somebody's time. So
Nah, I wouldn't be stepping on my time. I would eventually get it. So it wouldn't matter if there's 3 people on the panel or 20 or in a chat.
you always have a pretty good live stream, brother.
On the weekends mostly. I think it's due to Rev Critter there.
No.
It's everybody tuning in to see what Rev's drinking tonight.
We both fell asleep last night, PLE. Come on.
Yeah, I did twice, but I'm not out, but I woke back up.
Yeah, but you fell back asleep.
Yeah, then I woke back up.
Rev Critter will be the first paranormal investigator sponsored by an alcohol company.
In Heiser
You heard it here first, kids.
Yep.
Pickles and then wine. I'm not being specific with any company. I'm all inclusive here.
Vlasic, and I don't know about the wine, but yeah, I don't know.
It's gonna be my frickin' legacy. I swear to God.
You're gonna have to have a second logo, like a pickle drink, like a pickle drinking a glass of wine.
Yeah, pickle with a martini in their hand, like,
like clown with his suck on an egg.
Right.
Yours gonna be like suck on a pickle. Okay, well maybe something like that. Maybe not.
That might be a bit disturbing looking, actually.
Well, yeah.
So, what would be another spot that you'd want to hit around? Keep it in the same vein of like Roanoke, and I always thought Oak Island would be a good one.
I know what I personally want to see.
What's that?
Penhurst.
Penhurst?
Yes, ma'am.
I will make it to Waverly Hills.
Yeah. If we're going to hit Waverly Hills, the bad thing of it is the lady I talked to says that you have to get her January.
Yes.
Because you're not going to get it if you wait any longer.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've been in touch too.
It's that is, everybody, dotes on Waverly Hills, but I'm kind of there with Vail, man. Penhurst is one of those. I think I would almost want to hit that one before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just the sheer size of Penhurst is amazing.
Brushy Mountain State Prison. That place looks pretty cool.
The Trans-Allegheny is huge too.
That's the one I was going to say. Just now,
Yep.
That is my number one, because we all know now it's got some family matters to me, and I want to find out.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. I think that'd be awesome.
I talked to them on the phone before, like 10 years ago, and they said I got to come down there and prove who I am in order to get her records. The great grandmother of mine, because she died there. She was there from 1925 or 26 until 94.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, the whole family forgot about her. Isn't that something?
Wow.
Where's this at?
Trans-Allegheny.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
would
would like
know
to
her
get
Pacific Rim.
into
I
the insane asylum, but you can't get in there.
Wasn't
Which
it?
one?
Huh?
Trans-Allegheny is running tours.
Yeah.
I'm talking about at the Athens, Ohio Sane Asylum. You can't get in there. The college owns it.
Right.
Yeah. Wasn't it Pennhurst that they had done the documentary like in the 80s, like 70s and 80s, and they found like they were feeding everybody, like each person on like
Yeah.
52 cents a day or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Geraldo
stuff with a
Rivera
little
did a
children.
thing.
Alcatraz would be pretty cool, Jax.
What was it
Oh,
called?
Alcatraz, absolutely.
I could do Alcatraz.
Damn, what was the name of that documentary?
I've been there.
Stuff for the little children.
Stuff for,
Oh,
yes,
my
Stuff for the Little Children.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, Alcatraz would be pretty slick.
I've been to Alcatraz. I've been to Winchester Mystery House.
I like to go there. That place looks pretty cool.
Oh my God, that's my number one right there. When you was in that, is it really like a maze?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
It is.
Yeah, that place is. He built that, didn't he? Build it, and then he built it in such a way because it was him to begin with, right? He started the building. No, it was just her, and she. Did she build the whole thing? But it wasn't. She built the trap rooms and everything because it was her way of hiding from all the people that she felt had been killed by guns that had been produced by them.
What had happened was that she lived out here on the East Coast, and after her husband died, a ghost told her to move to California, which she did. And then once she got there, she bought a little farmhouse. And she would like have seances where the ghost would tell her how to build the house to stop the so-called evilness that was brought in due to her weapons or the weapons that her husband was manufacturing to stop them in the house. So it went on for like, I don't know how many number of years, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
But somebody said there's like doorways that just open to nothing.
Correct.
Like there's you'll walk up a stair that just walks into a ceiling. Like
correct.
That's pretty cool. I like to go to the Queen Mary.
That is awesome. Queen Mary is awesome.
Yeah. I like to go to the list, I guess, and see who actually done it, or Liz Gordon.
I would like to do the tour of the old West towns, like your Tombstone, your all those. I think that would be a fun,
Tombstone would be an awesome place to go.
I mean, all those places like that. A lot of your old mining cities, your Desperado towns. I think that would be a cool road trip to go on.
Yeah.
Being that I'm a music guy, I've been near it a couple times after I did a little research. But see, I love New York City. I'm always down there once in a blue moon. But the place called the Chelsea. The last time I was there, they were renaming the place and renovating it. I couldn't walk in, but the Chelsea has a lot of history with musicians that died there. Apparently, the place is very haunted.
I can give you a really haunted musical place.
I would love that one, besides Mackey's, right?
The Grand Ole Opry, the original one.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I've been there, and I was like, wow.
Was Hank Sr. there?
Asshole.
Speaking of Hank
If he
Sr.,
is, get a ghostly autograph for me.
Okay.
Speaking of Hank Williams, there's actually used to be in my neck of woods a long time ago, but it's a little place. It's abandoned now. It's a little small bar. It used to be, but that was his last ride. Apparently, the guy who actually drove Hank from West Virginia all the way down to somewhere else in Ohio, whatever. He said his last words were to Hank was, "Can I get you something to eat or something to drink?" And he said, "No, I'm good." He had a stomach flu or something, but when he drove him into somewhere in Ohio, that's when he found him dead. But that was the last time Hank was seen alive, was in kind of like in my old backyard. I think in Harper's Ferry.
Harper's Ferry.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. I think it was a complication of the drinking, but yeah, I think he had got some kind of he had the flu or something else, and with all the other health issues he had, I think it just kind of done him in.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Elvis.
Love Elvis.
I think everyone wants to hit the Stanley Hotel. That's
Yeah. I would say one place I want to go, but Brandon will be a pervert about it. It has something to do with Michael Jackson.
Neverland.
Yes.
They're giving tours out now.
I would like to go to Neverland.
why he
Just
didn't die in Neverland. I don't know. I'll be nice and keep my mouth shut.
Yes, you better.
Anybody even recall that Embassy or whatever that? Yeah, well, whatever. It's some kind of news channel, right? So, anyways, they were doing a broadcast in the Neverland Ranch and the mansion there, and this is like not even a week after his death.
Yeah, they caught the ghost.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then exactly. They caught some apparition walking across.
Unless it was walking backwards and a smooth move, then
Christ, I knew it was coming.
That would have been awesome.
just saying, unless that ghost was moonwalking, I'm calling bullshit.
I mean, thinking about it, he must have had some kind. He's got to be somewhere still earthbound. I mean, he went through a lot of shit,
They'd done a documentary on him, and there's Nubsy.
Hey, Nubs.
They said
What's up,
like it
Nubs?
was a fact that a person like if like say you're 12 years old and you make it famous and you come into money, that you kind of your growth as a human kind of stops at that time. I can't remember what the documentary was, but it's been like it's shown that like a lot of your childhood stars lose track with reality of real life, and they get stuck at the age of when they got famous, made their money, and didn't have the troubles of life.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Because performing is it's hard work. It's more than just making money. It's hard work. You're you're dedicating all of your time 24/7 to those people that are listening to you on stage and off stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the bad thing about Michael was that dude was used and abused by his father to make it, big. And he was just a product of once he made it big, then every record label. Oh.
Yep. Record labels is what killed or labels is what killed Hendrix, I believe. He couldn't have any time to breathe.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be nice to visit some of these places where, like Jim Morrison had died, the hotel room there, or was it his own? No, okay, I take that back. I don't think it was a hotel room. That might have been at his home.
Morrison, I believe, was at his home.
Okay. Hendrix was in a hotel room.
Hendrix was in a hotel. Cobain was home.
Yeah, he was. You're right.
Yeah.
Well,
Garage, wasn't it?
Supposedly home.
Yeah.
We don't know, but yeah. But it was in the greenhouse where he laid there decaying for 3 days before someone noticed.
Yeah, we'll go with that one.
Yeah. Another place is the Crossroads, where Robert Johnson.
Yep.
Apparently sold his soul.
Yep.
Yep. That's what they said.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna get dark with my paranormal videos a little bit there.
Might as well.
Oh,
Well, I think, I mean, that might actually be like a good like series for you. You know what I mean? Past life, like going to those places where those musicians either lived or passed, you know what I mean? I think that might be a good little like series. I mean, that might be a good niche
Yes,
to dive into.
I was
I
watching
agree.
this one. Yeah, I was watching this one YouTuber that does the celebrity stuff because I guess he lives in California, and he can give you a tour of anything. He knows everything about all these other old actresses and new ones or actors, whatever. And he did one on Kurt Cobain. He did one of the where they did in utero, where they recorded in utero, which is no longer there. He later on got sued for that video, got pulled down. Then he had to prove that he did not break in. Then later on, he did the one where he lived for a little while with his girlfriend before before he became big. So that'd be some good places to go as well. Yeah, I've been thinking about stuff like that. It's for the paranormal, that is.
Right.
So if it doesn't turn out to be paranormal, it's another urbex. So I fall in the right category on that. So I think I'm doing it just right so far.
Right.
Yeah. I think with your passion for music, that might, and you can give the backstory. I think a lot of YouTubers fall short when they do videos of like certain locations. I think the ones I enjoy the most that give the history behind the location,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
in their in their videos. I think that's a great thing to do within your videos, to give a little bit of history before you do everything else.
Agreed.
Yeah. The other thing, PLE, that you could think about doing too is musicians that died in plane crashes, such as like Leonard Skinner, Stevie Ray Vaughan,
That's
Buddy,
cool.
Buddy Holly, Patsy
Buddy
Cline.
Holly,
I'm
Richard
near.
Valens.
I
Randy
knew where
Rhoads.
Patsy Cline was. I can give you some backstory on Patsy Cline because my grandmother used to party with her at the city she used to live in.
Awesome.
Yeah, back before she became big, way before she became big. Everybody hated her in this town. Oh yeah, but yeah, that's true too. There's kind of a famous plane crash somewhere in Virginia. It topped a hill and it went down.
We could always do the Marshall crash, hon.
Yeah.
We're not but 40 minutes from there.
Yep.
That's a weird airport over there. Like, you literally fly off of the mountain.
Yeah.
Like, when you come off that airport, you come off the side of a mountain. And when you come in, it looks like you're going to run dead center into the mountain.
Wow.
I mean, I think that's what had actually happened with them. Because the way that airport is, it actually lays in between a bunch of ridge of peaks of mountains, and they had dipped down to an altitude to get ready to it, and had come up short on mountains to the runway and smashed into one.
Yep.
I think that was, I can't remember the year, but I think that was the entire Marshall Thundering Herd football team. I think it was them plus a few coaches, trainers, different things.
Mm.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
don't
I'm
know.
just actually looking up the location of the crossroads. Sorry.
I think Graceland would probably be a good one.
That would, but I would bet it's too crowded.
It is.
Oh,
Go to the Sharon Tate house.
Yeah.
Sharon Tate, that would be awesome.
It's not there anymore.
No?
No, they tore it down and built a new.
There doesn't mean it ain't haunted.
Well, true. They tore it down and built another house on top of it. So,
The
it's
Hollywood
just,
sign.
yeah, it's like the Nicole Brown Simpson house. They changed the address so nobody would go there anymore, but people still do. It's just
like what is that? 302. Gosh, I just forgot it. Harbor Drive, whatever. But anyways, the Amityville.
Oh yeah, Amityville.
Who was the killer that was oh, I can't think of the guy's name, but he had built in his house was pretty much, and this was last century. He had built his house into a pretty much a maze and was killing people as they. Who was it? H.H.
H.H. Holmes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a hotel.
Yep.
Yeah. / maze.
That's gone too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I'm outta
they.
here.
Yeah, I think they took it down.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is your guys' take on this? I mean, what do you think the time is between a tragedy and being able to investigate somewhere? Like I seen, like say when Kobe Bryant died, and there was some other people. Literally seen people within 24 hours posting doing EVP sessions by their house or by the crash. I mean, that's
Tacky.
that's a little that's
Morbid.
that's asshole-ish.
That's just
I mean,
tacky, for lack of
yeah.
a better term. It is. I give it
Just
time.
don't
Give
think
the family time to mourn, for crying out loud.
I just don't think it's respectful.
No, it's completely disrespectful. I mean, have some
Yeah.
courtesy for the families that are mourning.
But I seen like when Kobe passed, I mean, there was like 3 YouTubers that posted videos of them actually supposedly getting EVP from Kobe. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I won't even refer to that person even by gender.
Right.
They are so like sue happy it isn't even funny. If they think that you're even talking about them, they will try to sue you for everything you've got.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think not only it's asshole-ish, but it's also like, at least in my thoughts, I don't know how you guys would differ on this, but say for instance, I had just passed away just now. Would I be in this spot right now? As soon as I happen now, I think I would be with my family that will be finding out or mourning for me. So give me some time first. Then let's see if I will be in that spot where I had just died. That's the way I think of it. But it's also asshole-ish and very very clout-like. I think it's a real clout.
I don't know, past life. If you pass away tomorrow, I'm driving to Pennsylvania to the funeral home and having them put my digital recorder in your ass. And I'm just going to sit there and wait.
And watch
I'm like, he said it was okay. It's fine. He said it was okay.
Jesus.
I could put my input on that, but
say what, Nicole?
I'm gonna watch in the shower.
I said I could put my input on that.
Please do.
Well, I'm not you. I'm gonna watch. But yeah.
No, I meant that to Nicole.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not you, perv. Jesus.
Thank you. Great.
Wow.
Something else to add to my. But anyways.
Good Lord.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Well, if you died right this moment, fell out of your chair, your mask falling off, you would remain right there until you figured it out. And time will stop for you. And it will run a lot slower, and everybody else is going to move ahead of you. By the time you figure it out, we could already be months ahead of you.
Yep.
Well, I had a session with a young boy at age 17, and I told him what year it was back in 2004. Should never have done that because he got upset, got scared, depressed, didn't come through the next few days. Took a week or two, I think maybe 3. He finally started coming back, and he realized, okay, I'm dealing with this. What do I do now? What do I do with this now? Because he said he was in total darkness. He just got there. He had just got there.
See,
From 17 something. Yep.
time completely stopped for him at that moment. And then whenever you showed up and he was able to come across, and you're like, well, no, it's 2009 or whatever it was.
Right.
And he's like, wait a minute. Yeah.
Oh God, then could you imagine like our grandparents that are just coming to, and they're seeing all these little Fruit Loops running around with green hair, burning shit?
Oh Lord, have mercy.
Our
Grandma
grandparents is like,
is probably going crazy.
our
Yeah.
parents are, our grandparents are probably like, what the hell happened here?
It was about 6 months before I heard anything from my grandmother, and I dreamed it, but she was there and she was talking to me and telling me about where she was, and I wish that I would have woken up and immediately written it down, but but she was telling me about where she was, and it was fine. And the name of the place where she was, it was sort of like a way station. She wasn't there yet, at the final destination, if you will, but she was at sort of a way station, sort of a waiting point. I wish I would have written it down. I could kill myself for that.
Well, Nicole was saying one time.
5 years? Is that why maybe I can't communicate with her, Nicole?
It could be. It's that she hasn't figured it out yet, or being very religious, she knew that she had to ascend upwards. I mean, and she might have just went ahead and went on.
Yeah. Oh, what I wouldn't give to talk to her right now.
Oh, I'm staying around. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to make whoever comes into my house next, I'm going to make their life a living hell.
I can just say it now.
You better hope you go before I do, Beth. 'Cause
I'm going up on that house and turning their life into a living
I'm
hell.
turning off your TV. I'm plugging the internet. If I ever want, that's what you do. That's what a ghost should start doing. If a ghost wants to be an asshole, just go unplug people's internet anymore. Just go to the router and hit the button. Who wants to throw dishes or bang on walls? Go turn off the router and press me.
Boy, that would really mess up their day.
Oh man.
I have an old lady that's in my house, a sugar that thinks that I'm the ghost.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
That would be a hard conversation. Be like, no, honey, you are.
Yeah, I just let her do her thing, and she'll ask me, what are you doing in here? Well,
Does that fall under the lines of my theory that two time periods overlap each other? I think it does.
I think it's just such a fine line in there. I mean, it's hard to explain. I mean,
it is.
It's all the relevance of time. I mean, if she's 99.9% sure it's still 1892, and maybe she has, some kind of gifts or something, and she sees into the future or sees me, roaming around her house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's always a good theory, that maybe she's asleep in 1892 and can see into the future, and she's talking to you not realizing what's going on because she's sleeping. You never know.
But you would think the way, that we dress and everything, I know whenever, I see a spirit, if they're from 1800s or the 70s, or how would she explain me? I thought I was a skinless woman showing her legs, and
Yeah.
she wearing pants.
She's showing her ankles. Oh my gracious.
Yeah, it's gotta be that would have to be a weird one for him.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would go from like a colonial times covered from the neck down to some of these little scandalous girls running around here with half their ass cheeks hanging out.
Oh,
yeah.
Half their ass cheeks.
Jersey Shore.
Yeah, it's a Jersey Shore. There's little snookies running around.
Oh,
hey, kitten. How you doing, kitten?
Some I Love New Yorks.
Hey, kitten.
Jack said she's got two small kids in period clothing like Victorian.
Yeah, I got a couple of those. I love my kid Ghost. They like to play.
That's me. That's you were kind of like telling me how to help move. I'm to the point where I'm content with her being here. Like I like the fact she's here. I like the fact she goes to work with me, and she can be here for as long as she wants. I don't.
But you have to think too, and I have to think of this as a medium, and I like to put the idea in people's head whenever they do welcome these children spirits into their home, that they're attached to you, they're looking to you up, as a parent figure, brother figure, but you're not going to always be there for them. You've got your own transition to make. So what's going to happen to that spirit whenever you're not there? They're going to go into another depression, or they're going to be sad. So really, if they could move on and be with their families, is the best thing to do.
I'll just tell her to wait for the next 30 years when I go, and she can just follow me. At least I'll go with someone who likes me, who don't holler at me about me asking what day of the week it is or the month. My afterlife will be Beth hollering at me. It's the 25th.
You got me sick, and we died.
Yeah, you got me sick. You're the reason why I died. She must not be here, or I'd be
It's
getting
like
an
you're on
earful.
vacation if you die first, right?
Yep.
That's hilarious.
If I go first, I'm running. I'm getting out of this house.
I'm gonna go haunt people.
I'm telling you, I would. I wouldn't be the mean one, but I think the ones that move shit around, it's just ornery people.
Yeah.
I think that would be, I don't know.
I want to find an investigator and scare the holy crap out of them.
A YouTuber.
Yeah.
Not me.
Spend the rest of your eternity turning people into believers.
Yeah.
Like I told you I was right.
I told you.
Oh man.
Yeah, Jack's in the chat. I'm the same way. I'm gonna stick around and just jack with my kids. I think that would be hilarious.
I think it would be funny if you stuck your ghostly ass cheeks on the mirror in the bathroom when it's all sweated up.
Oh,
Why
geez.
write stuff? But if you've seen a bare ass in the thing when you get out of the shower, you're like, oh come on. What am I dealing with?
I think I'm gonna go to my mom and dad's house and torment the shit out of them.
You know what I'm gonna do? The first thing on my priority list is go to Jake Paul's place. Scare the fuck out of him.
Oh Jesus. Okay, so you said you're gonna scare him. Now how are you gonna do it?
I'm gonna be doing it very gradually and very obnoxiously. Like I'm not gonna let up for a while. I hate that dude.
See, remember what I told you about people misconstruing demons for ornery people?
Mm-hmm.
This is why.
There you go. And especially past life when he Jesus, Michael Myers in ghost form.
I think we only got half of your what?
Yeah, not even half.
I said when you go, you're still going to have your mask on, so you'll just be floating around, scaring the shit out of people just because of the mask.
It's gonna be one of those like Scooby-Doo things where it's like a pun. Like I'm gonna try to run through. Well, I'm gonna run through a wall, but my mask stays behind. I gotta reach in and grab it.
Just reach when he's asleep or when he's in his room. Be on the other side of the wall. Reach your hand through, just your hand, and give him the finger.
And fuck you.
I think everybody hates Jake Paul. I think it's universal. Did you see where he's they actually put the charges on him for all the guns? Well, the guy was an idiot.
I thought it was from all the stuff that he stole. Apparently,
Well,
he said he
he
didn't.
didn't steal anything, but apparently he had guns that take a certain type of permit to own in the United States.
Okay.
And I guess this dude actually had like an arsenal, you know what I mean, like of things that he
Dang.
wasn't supposed to have. So they got him, but the guy was an idiot. You're in a mall where people are looting, and you want to take and shoot video for your next YouTube, you know, video. You're an absolute idiot.
Suicide Forest.
Yeah, well, that was Logan.
Oh,
And
that was his brother.
yeah.
That one's a dumbass too.
Yeah, Logan kind of calmed down, but still, yeah, didn't fall much far from a tree.
Well, no, I mean, Logan he actually showed the person who had, you know, committed suicide. I think when people get so big and they've done so much things, it's like people on drugs. I mean, they start out with this and they go to the next one and the next one, chasing that next high. And these guys get to where they've done these videos that hit high views, and they lose their filter of what is decent to put on, you know, YouTube or put out for people to see. It's the chase of that, you know, viral video, and they lose their ever loving mind.
All right, because if it wasn't him, it would have been another guy.
Yeah. I don't know. So what do you think? Because I know Jax has brought it up a couple different times about different locations with Indians. Do you think that, like, I'd seen a couple of investigators put out videos where they were actually speaking English to like Shawnee Indians? Do you think that is? I think it's bullshit. For one, I'll throw my thing out there. I think it's bullshit. I think if
they're going to talk to you, they're going to talk to you in their native tongue.
in a native tongue.
Right. I've said that before. I said just because I die in Hong Kong don't mean I start speaking Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember what channel it was, but they had the guy, and he was like, "Oh, I can hear the Indian drums," and he's saying this, and it was like the EVPs were trash, like audio, but he was like, it was like, what was shitty about the guy, the things that were coming through almost sound like the guy had an English accent, and I'm like, damn, did this guy not only went from being an Indian, but now he's a proper gentleman. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just like on the last investigation that me and Nicole were on, on both, on her video and on my video, the EVPs we were getting, you couldn't even understand them.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell it was a dialect, but it wasn't something you knew.
It was probably Native American. That's what we narrowed it down to.
But it wasn't Cherokee because I speak fluent Cherokee, so that wasn't anything on that end.
Haven't heard that before.
But it's what's weird about it too is that Nicole didn't want to speak Cherokee to them just in case if the two tribes weren't friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did. And
but wasn't it also? I mean, like in Ohio, there was 9 different tribes just in the southern Ohio region where we're from. But what I'd read was each tribe, like, they had learned words from other tribes because of one another, but each tribe had a different subset of language that they used. Like, it wasn't, I mean, you might catch Shawnee that was from Ohio, but you got into say Michigan, and it was a different dialect altogether.
mm-hmm.
Like, it wasn't, you know, English because everyone was from, you know, the Shawnee, you know, nation. It was words had happened or had been made through their, you know, through their tribe. So it was dialect just for them per se. I mean, am I right on that?
Right. It's like with the Cherokee. I mean, you had the Gadua dialect, which is the Eastern Band, which is the old native Cherokee, and then you have all the newer Cherokee words and dialects. So even within the Cherokee nations, there is different dialects and tones, just like with people. I mean, they all didn't speak the same language.
I must have convinced Jackson's grandma to turn off the internet. She said, "I think hers just flashed."
Here, we'll turn it back on.
I don't. Yeah, I'd seen it where people were putting it out, like they were putting out these videos like Native Americans were speaking English, and I was like, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can stomach this one long enough to watch it.
Unless the Native American actually knew English, and I mean, a lot of them were forced to go to English schools and things
Correct.
like that.
Yep.
I mean, there's that very small chance and possibility, but it had to be within the time era that
Mm-hmm.
change had happened.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, if you were picking up the EVP of that, I mean, it wouldn't sound like proper English today. I mean, it would almost sound like a broken English, like someone learning the language.
Mm-hmm.
That's what really kills me is like, I think people don't pay attention when they're putting their videos together. Like some of the, like, there was a couple videos I'd seen, like, and it was older centuries back. I think it was around Gettysburg. And I don't know when the word, FUCK become popular. But they were using like that as like they were cussing the investigators. And I'm like, was that word really even used at that time? I mean, when did it become popular to use? Or, I think people contribute words that they or sounds that they hear that to words that you would use today, but weren't of that time period.
Well, with that word, it was, I want to say 1800s, because the premises for that was for unlawful carnal knowledge is the actual
Good Van Halen album.
Yeah. So yeah, it was around.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they would use it in the same way as we use it. No.
In the same context.
You're right.
Yeah. But you see it all the time in a lot of like videos. People, this person said that or this person said that, and it wouldn't be a word that would have been used a lot at that time, but it's commonly used now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't get much cussing with my spirits unless 1950s. I got one guy that uses a lot of inappropriate language, but I've not heard any 1800s, 1700s.
He must have knew my grandpa. I don't know. So what's the oldest like spirit like time period that you've picked up on?
1730s.
1730s.
No, I had to now say the 1600s. Yeah, I've seen the Pilgrim people. Yeah.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
right.
So 1600s.
Yeah, because I took her down to Plymouth so she could see the Plymouth Rock and all that stuff. So
Now, do you think if you were to go to like your older civilizations like Rome, that as well,
Yeah.
that would be cool to see.
Yeah. Thing is, I can't fly, so I'd have to boat myself over there and stay a while. But I would love to see some of that stuff. I mean, the Egyptians and how they actually built things. And
I want to go to Egypt.
That would be an awesome place, yeah, for
I
sure.
always said I wanted to go to Egypt just to, yeah, the Parthenon would be cool to see. See the Colosseum.
That would be awesome.
Jerusalem. I mean, that would be all the way back. I think once you get into like Mesopotamia, uh, into that area, into like all the way through the Nile, all the way up into Israel. I mean, you're getting into like the cradle of civilization. I think it would be kind of cool to see what you would see.
Yeah, I would probably have a mental breakdown or
I don't know
meltdown.
if I want to be an American and go over there right now, though.
No, I think you'd be fine. Just a lot of places in Egypt, they, gosh, they'll give you tickets to go into these places, whatever, to pay for them. But then they'll add on the price for you to take your camera or the video on top of that, and whatever else on top of that. It's insane. I've seen one YouTuber do it, and it was insane. He said he'll never do it again.
Yeah.
There's some places you can't film. You're not allowed to film over there.
I think like to hit like the Battle of the Bulge, D-Day, Omaha Beach, places like that would
I
be
go to Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor would be a good one to investigate, to see what you could pick up on.
Pretty cool place to go to.
Hey, Boots, welcome back.
Hey, Boots.
Bootsy.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of a wild thing for you. I mean, if you're going, because I mean, you're kind of limited to civilization here. Do you wonder, like, because I know you said that you picked up on like 1600s pilgrims. Do you think because the Indians believed a certain way that you don't pick up on them as much, like how they believe, not so much in biblical sense? Like, do you think that's the reason why you don't pick up on them as much or don't see them? Because they were here long before the pilgrims, but do you think it's? I mean, what do you think?
I've seen them.
You see them?
Mm-hmm.
You might have seen somebody from 800.
Yeah, I never thought of it in that.
No way to date them. I mean, by clothing.
Yeah.
So you don't think it matters, like, say, religious person or a different type of religion that a person believed in? You believe that the essence of a spirit is the same for everybody, no matter how they would believe in this world. Like,
Exactly.
okay,
It's one way. It all depends. I mean, it happens one way and it is one way, but however you're taught that it happens is differently.
I kind of figured that's I just
That's what
wanted your take on it.
Yeah, that's where I was saying a while ago. A lot of these spirits are lost because they are preached and taught a certain way. This happens whenever you die. Okay, for instance, the big one, poof, you die and you're at the pearly white gates. Sorry, it don't happen quite that way. So if you die and like Lee said, I'm standing there looking at myself and there ain't no gates around, what do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, people get lost.
Yeah, I mean it makes better sense that way. I just thought, I kind of figured it was one way of being, but maybe the confusion is on how everybody else interprets the afterlife. You know what I mean? They call it. Maybe that's the reason why you have more haunts or more spiritual activity out of a different era, because maybe Puritan beliefs were so strict that when they actually passed away, it wasn't the way they thought it was. So they haunt, or they're still here, because with people being more open-minded to other things, maybe spirits, or the amount of spirits, die down as different religions die out, because people are more open to the idea of something else.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't see only just the Puritans. You also saw the Native Americans the other night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which one grabbed you, by the way?
Yeah. Lord.
Really?
Yeah. Our batteries were dying, and we were heading out to the car to recharge them. And what happened was we were coming up on the tree, and you can go either, there's a path on either side of the tree, the left or the right. And she's like, stop right there. And I stopped, and she said, there's 2 Native Americans standing right in front of that tree. There's 2 more to the left of the tree, and one standing behind the 2 on the left. Okay, so I said, well, we got no choice. This is the way out. So we started heading out, reciting the Lord's Prayer, and next thing we knew is Vale almost went down backwards.
Just a spirit from an Indian or from?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which, you know, again, they probably did not know the Lord's Prayer. And even though, you know, it's a protection for us, they're probably looking at us like, oh, man, they're going to start chanting and try to do something to us.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't know what type of it. And you didn't know what type of Indians to tell him, hey, touchy fingers, back up.
Yeah. The Class A EVP, because he's like, hey, how you doing? You know, at the right there, empty space. And then I've been making fun of him because it sounded like what did I say? And that's all it sounded like. And I was like, what was that?
We caught that. I said, walked over to the tree and I went, how you doing? And
really?
And all of a sudden, it came across as what was it?
Is what it sounds like. And I'm like, oh, what?
You know, so it's like I got a response, intelligent response. At least I'm assuming it's intelligent, but it answered me, and I don't know what it said.
Yeah, there's a lot of grunts and whispers and all kinds of things going on there.
And what did it say again, Val?
Yeah.
Val can't say it without making the face.
Oh,
I should have hit Val like this right here when she went to say it.
All right, say it one more time.
One more time for the camera.
Okay. No disrespectful to the Native Americans. Just want to throw that out there.
Right. I'm Native American myself, so I can do that.
I'm sure we're probably not even pronouncing it right, so
no. Guaranteed.
No.
You know, it's like me. I'm Iroquois. You know, but don't know enough, or even I don't know the language of the Iroquois Nation, nor do I would even want to attempt it, because with Nicole, with her Cherokee, I don't know if the Wampanoags and the Iroquois were friends or were friendly. So it's like, I don't want to cause a war.
My great-grandmother was a Cherokee.
Oh, everybody's great-grandmother was a Cherokee.
She was, though.
Mine's on YouTube, so.
Your great-grandmother was a part of the Blackfoot tribe.
Whatever, I'm not arguing with you.
I'm not arguing with you. She was Shoshone.
Is there anything back there, Bill?
Yeah.
I keep hearing noises.
Yeah.
Is it the old man again?
Yeah, he's still there.
People with me.
Looking for something.
Well, he's looking in the wrong spot. He needs to quit looking there. Go back there in your room and look. That's where your stuff's at.
She gets all paranoid about it. And I just walk around like,
Because they do stuff when I behind my back.
That's the children.
They're
That's
asleep.
them little heathens.
They're asleep.
It's what you think.
If you can blow her up, I could look. Kind of hard to see him over there in the corner. Yeah. He's like right behind you.
I figured that much. That's where it's coming from back there. They're over here. That's the side I sleep on too.
What is you have another like a small door there behind that door?
That's the what do you call that, Brandon?
The living room?
No. The ground floor there.
The what?
Box.
The nookie?
What are you talking about, lady?
Right here about.
Oh, wrong guy.
You talking about me?
No.
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, that one right there.
Where the fuse box is at.
So there's like it's not an open door where you like put things.
No. No, there's a double set of doors right there.
Okay, I'm just gonna I don't know where it's going, but somewhere near that door, or I'm even gonna say in that door, there is a box, and there is something in that box that he is wanting. Why should reach in there and find a box?
It's a 12-pack of Pepsi. He's thirsty.
Welcome to Ripley's Butt Cam.
Dive, you woman, dive.
Robot box down here.
No, it's like a box. I'm seeing like a brown box.
Do we have a cigarette box?
Nope.
Virginia Slim Jims.
It's an Easter egg hunt.
Could you want a ciggy? I don't know. There used to be a record box that sat there.
What about right there under the bed?
Where is the record box?
I moved it over by the closet. Could he be mad at me for moving the record box?
If you could, is it like not very big?
No, it's pretty good size. It's got a bunch of records in it.
Did you get any of those records like at a retail pawn shop?
No, my dad got them at a auction.
Yeah.
Well, you got those, and then we got some at Goodwill, and
Yeah, but in that box, that box is the one that come from the auction.
well, if that's the ghost, and he wants those, then that ghost has poor taste in music because that's all polka music.
No, there's some Christmas music and some Christian music in it. Gospel music.
I just had this feeling that he was looking for that box you had there next to the door where you were just at. That is something that he wants, something that he is attached to. That's his.
Oh, that's great.
Maybe
we could have two different old men in here.
That'd be three. I'm still here. Look right under the bed.
Why did the lights just flicker? Anyone else see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did too.
It's like I
Our
want
mess,
a box.
our messy bedroom. She will not have a bed that doesn't have 42 pillows on it. She takes 3/4 of a country-sized king to herself and her pillows, and I am stuck to the very side of the bed.
That's what we should be.
No, that's not how this works out.
Oh, yeah, it is.
It's supposed to be 50-50.
Yeah. My split is 50-50 of my 10% of the bed.
Right.
Mhm.
But she's
That's
got all
Mine's
all the pillows.
70-30.
there.
Yeah,
There-
Captain does the same thing. He starfishes in the middle of the night, and I'm left on the 3 square inches of the bed.
Well, as long as your starfish does not. My God, I'm getting too tired. I can't even think. Never mind.
Mm.
I'm cold.
But
I
I'm
don't know
pretty
about
sure
you.
it's by the box of records.
I'd say it's what it is, because that's the brown box that used to be over there. And then we moved the bed, and I moved it over there. He's mad at me because I moved the records.
No, you moved your records over here.
No, there's a brown box of records over there, honey.
Those ghosts are thinking that married couple.
Where was that little wooden box that was on it? Her record boxes. She's got a bunch of different totes of records, but there's a little wooden box on it, and I know there was a little wooden box. It was a little gem box that we got from the auction as well. That come in it. I was just wondering if that's it. Now you've got her digging all over my house. Thanks. As if.
The records in here.
Yes, she did.
No, I didn't. Dad did. He brought the ghost here.
I
Here
was
was
just picking up box, and I didn't know what kind of box. I thought maybe he was telling me it was in that door, and she said it's just a fuse box. So I guess it happened to be right there.
Well, by chance, you are like a musician and stuff. Do you have a Vox?
Yeah,
A Vox amplifier, by chance?
it's too heavy.
But is it Vox?
no.
No. Okay.
What is it?
Like the company Vox, the ones from the Beatles. They have they have an amplifier. They have some amplifiers like Fender amplifiers. It's called Vox, VOX, or VOX.
Now she's going to be like Kevin Bacon in that one movie where she's going to constantly dig in my room until she finds the box.
Stir of Echoes.
Yes, Stir of Echoes. Yeah.
Yeah. Stir of Echoes. Yep. Yeah. She'll just be. I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and she'll be digging around in the bedroom. I'm going to find the box.
I'm going to find the box.
Well, do you like you did with the little girl and bring your spirit box out and figure out which one exactly he wants? I want Ben Crosby.
I think that one's a no-name bunch of music. I think we put all those ones in there because it was all just bad. Like, when you go to buy a bunch of records and it's all there's 1 or 2 good records in a whole. What in the world?
Cat. Cat. Sorry.
Oh.
Welcome to Shaky Critter Cam, brought to you by Turbulence.
Buy Vlasic pickles and Grey Goose liquor.
Pickles and vodka, because, it's me.
Yeah. Hey, if they're willing to pay, you have at it.
Word.
Mad.
I don't know who I'm going to hit up for. Okay. Jackson go over. If you could get one company to sponsor your channel, what would it be?
I know.
You know, for you or for me?
For you.
Let's see if you're right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Mountain Dew. You always have one.
Mountain Dew. Yes.
Okay, what about you, Past Life?
Earth the past life.
No, I'm sorry. What was happening? Because I was on an Echo Box thing. My bad.
We were daydreaming if we could find we could get one company to sponsor our YouTube channel, who would it be?
Beer.
Yeah. Trojans. I don't know. Something.
What was it?
Trojans.
I knew somebody's going to say that.
I beat him too before it. I don't know. That's a hard one for me. I got so many.
We're trying to get our seamless plugs in here for someone to help us out.
It would either be Coke or ramen noodles.
True. I do eat both of them quite.
You need to specify that, like Coca-Cola or Coke from a Coke dealer.
Well, the Coke dealer from Baltimore, yeah, definitely sponsor him for sure.
Okay. No one put like Diet Coke in there or a Coca-Cola. I just want to make sure.
Frank hangs out at the local spot next to this abandoned building, and that.
Jack says she wants Bang Energy.
Bang Energy.
Just not the one that tastes like birthday cake, because that is absolutely disgusting.
Oh, there's one that's like unicorn farts or whatever. I don't know what it is. It's
unicorn poop, something.
You know what I'm gonna go for? I'm gonna go for 24 DuPont.
Like unicorn candy or something like that.
Mr. Jeff Gordon.
Really?
I want to be sponsored by Folgers.
Folgers.
Folgers?
Keep me going.
I'll take Pepsi or Starbucks.
Nice. What about you, hon? It's called Unicorn Horn. Jack says she must have it. Or
unicorn poo. It's disgusting.
That monster coffee drink, the Java.
Oh.
So you're only being sponsored by one drink, not just the entire Monster Force, just one drink.
Monster drinks. There.
Or not by Coca-Cola that owns Monster. Okay. Way to limit your horizons, honey.
I want to be sponsored by bread, like Mrs. Baird's bread. That would be awesome. Because who doesn't like bread? Of it. Well, okay. They got bought out several years ago by Bimbo, which is a Hispanic company. So yeah, now they're Bimbo bread. I want to be sponsored by Bimbo bread.
Okay.
Because I'm a Bimbo lover.
Gosh.
That works.
Frank's Red Hot sauce, because you put that on everything.
Tabasco. I put that shiz on everything. That's right. Soy sauce. I want to be sponsored by Kiko Man soy sauce. Just cause. Why not?
You want to put that on your Bimbo bread?
I am, and it's going to soak it up and be brown and squishy, and I'm digging it.
Why don't you just get sponsored by Walmart? That way you cover everything in the store.
Ooh,
well, because
Kmart.
I'm more of a Target girl, honestly.
I'm more of a Kmart guy.
Belle has got the idea.
Yeah.
You still got a Kmart?
Yes. Well, no, I don't anymore. Both of them actually went out.
Belle's the smartest one out of all of us. She went like the biggest corporation in the world.
There you go.
I was thinking small time.
I think that store's run by Satan himself.
Well, we all answered the question. What about you, Ops?
There you go.
The morning after pill.
Plan B.
Plan B.
That's brilliant.
Mistakes.
Okay, I got a question. For
Uh-huh.
if
Look at Nicole. She's still red faced.
Jesus, Lord.
That's brilliant.
Demonetized.
wow, this just went south real quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just south; it's like southwest. I mean, it's just bad.
Would anyone be like if you were contacted by a producer for an upcoming television show and they asked you to be part of it, would you?
Well, it depends on the show. Yeah, I mean, is it cheaters? Is it or is it like a sort of paranormal show?
Is it catfish? Okay.
I probably would, depending on if they wanted me to, act like a trick pony or not. Because I won't.
Would it be like
I'd answer that straight up. I would be on that show in assless chaps if they asked me.
Assless chaps. All chaps are assless. Thank you very much.
I don't know. It really depends on it would really depend on the channel and if it's credible. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to fake anything
scares.
for ratings. I'm not going to, have to give up my integrity for, making shit up because some producer wants me to. I won't do that.
Time to F off.
Yeah, what you said.
What did I do
jeopardize
this time?
myself for that.
Bell's over here pointing at me. What I do?
No, I was trying to point down there at Rev.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about you, Jax?
I would do it on the condition that I have complete creative control. And that none of my stuff is enhanced or faked or whatever you want to call it.
Edited in any way?
Yep. I mean, I'd have to be. I mean, within reason. I know that things would have to be edited, but I'm not gonna put out stuff that's fake.
You would want creative license over the end product.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's got to be something that you've got to be proud of, or why would you even do it?
Yep. Because when I had my team, of course, this is like 3 years ago now that I had my own team. Me and my partner, we got an email from a credible television producer, and they wanted us to feature on the show, and we're like, not unless you give us creative control of the end product.
It's one of those situations like if you would have control over the end product and you were able to dictate what you put on TV and you got to do it your way as far as your videos and your investigations doesn't seem like it's full of bullshit to me. You know what I mean? Like you don't put extra music to make a theatrical jump scare. You know what I mean? It's mission based, factual evidence.
Mm-hmm.
But the only bad problem with the way that we do investigations like that and it's fact based is it doesn't make for good TV because it's long, boring hours.
Exactly.
So I think I'm just going to put a comedy reel in like all my videos since, investigations are just boring. Just put bloopers at the end.
Get him to watch it long enough to find the bloopers.
There you go. Or just hide Easter eggs in it, like different things.
What? Who said that they were going to put like like ball sacks hidden all over their video.
That was me.
That was you? Okay, yeah, I thought so. I just didn't want to, assume.
Well, like it was like, and it wasn't just, it was an Easter egg. Like it wasn't literally
That's hilarious. Be right back.
in the video somewhere, and people have to call it out at what minute it was. Like at minute 2:32, I seen the blue bag full of balls.
Jesus Christ.
I'm telling you, it's catchy. Jeez, Jax gets it. This live stream started off rough, and it's still going rough. It all went to hell as soon as we started with the whole Jax getting pumped up and promoted by the guy cheering him on.
Hey, you young whippersnapper! Oh,
You show her who's boss, Sonny.
Couple on.
We're back on this shit again.
yeah.
Absolutely. That was live stream gold watching Jax do the voice.
Hey, there's my paper lighter.
See? Jax the fairy brought it back.
I didn't lose my lighter in the first place.
Well, then why'd you act like it was a big thing that you found it if you didn't lose it?
So, I mean,
She jumped up like, oh, there's my pink lighter. I've not seen it in years. And then I'm like, oh, they brought it back. She's like, oh, it wasn't like I lost it.
you're in the other room, and I was like few footsteps away.
Okay.
I'm coming in there and whoop your ass.
Huh. Anyways,
I'm tired. Shut up.
see, this is what happens to me. Like, I'm the verbally, mentally, physically abused person in this relationship.
No, you're not.
So what did the producer say when you were like, we want full control? Did they just like, nope, not going to happen?
They said that they would get back to us, and then we never heard from them again. Wonder
Sure.
why.
They didn't want to give you full control.
Exactly.
Yeah. It doesn't make for good TV just sitting and watching hours upon hours or listening to hours upon hours of audio. It just doesn't.
Well, that's something that, I've said from the dead beginning. I don't care about making money on YouTube. I really don't.
Me neither.
If it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, no big deal. But I'm not going to stray from what I've started this journey from being the top priority, which is being as truthful as I can be. And it's not going to waver.
Everybody has that dream of becoming successful on YouTube. I mean, that's the reason why we're ultimately all here. I mean, that's part of the reason. But you know how many millions upon millions of YouTube accounts are on here. And if a person would actually ever look at the people who have been monetized and made money, that's the same as somebody hitting the lottery. It's a good goal and dream to have, but is it really going to, I mean, I hate to be the guy to kill everyone, but it doesn't happen for everyone.
No, it doesn't. I'm here because
it might not happen for anybody in this room, or it could be crazy and it could happen for everybody. You just don't know.
I started
It's a
doing
roll of the dice.
YouTube is my therapist, for lack of a better term. I'd get on here because I'm agoraphobic. I can't be around people, and this is my way of interacting because I this is how I talk to people without actually having to be with you and tactile and everything like that. I just happened to start having fun with it, so I kept doing it.
I've made it clear that I want to make money and get monetized, but be all about business with it as well. But I am having fun with it. I am having a blast getting to know all of you and many more. And I realized at first I'm going to make a few bucks here and there, but that's okay I'm still going to have my full-time job. I'm still going to have fun with that as well as have fun with YouTube. So I'm not in this to make it rich, but if I can make it my full-time career thing, that'd be cool. But if not, cool.
Excuse me, sorry.
It's just extra
I
money on the
think-
side for me. A few bucks here and there. I don't,
Yeah, if I could
it-
fill
it-
my
it's
car up
fine.
with gas every once in a while with it, you know,
Yeah.
great. You know?
Do you realize how many subscribers you need to make a decent wage?
Oh,
per
I
year?
would imagine. And views, I would imagine.
It would have to be somewhere around like 3 million, 4 million, 5 million plus.
And right now I have 118, and I love each and every one of you.
I mean, to be that Jax, you got to be like that 3%er, you know, out of the billions on YouTube. I get it. I get it. And I'm not wanting to be that, you know, that popular.
But by the same token, what's crazy about YouTube though is it just takes that one dumb video that you didn't think nothing about that everybody adheres to,
Right.
and it blows up. You know, it's it's the modern day lottery. I mean, everybody wants to do well, because if you can make a little bit extra on this, it helps pay for things that you want to do as far as within your channel. You
Right.
know,
Well, like you said, all it takes is that one video. On my channel, I have one video that has over 8,000 views on it.
I know I'm getting tired of watching that thing.
And
God, I put it on a loop.
Or watching what?
and I
Welcome to the conversation, Ripley.
you know, the thing that's funny is that the people don't want truth, they want to be entertained.
Yes.
And I'm not that much. I mean, I can be funny at times. I mean, Nicole can attest to that. But I'm not a comedian.
I'm not funny.
I lost 6 people a day, so I'm just like, what?
Yeah, I lost 4, so go figure.
Lost 5 yesterday. They don't like live streams. Okay.
I don't know if that's entirely, like, maybe they don't, but it seems like, I don't know, I have more fun in the live streams a lot of times, just chatting
Yeah.
with everyone.
Me too. It's fun.
But there is a difference between a live stream and actually posting a video.
Mm-hmm. I seen somebody posted a half video. It was a live stream that they were doing. Like, they had done a live stream, but they were doing it privately. And then they went back and posted it for everyone to see. But it was like, what was it, huh? It was like a 4-hour thing of them just talking. And I swear to God, it looked like there was 30 ad revenue things in it. And I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, that's excessive.
I've been seeing that a lot too. One of my big YouTubers that I love to watch, his latest one had like about a good 25 in them for a 40-minute video. I'm
Was
like,
that
this is
Dan
too
Bell?
much. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
it was just too much, and he never
Yeah,
does that.
I think that the common practice, what they say is it's for a 10-minute video, what you want to always put out at least 10-minute video. And within it, you want one within 30 seconds of your, like, kind of after your intro, getting them hyped for it. And then 2 somewhere in the middle, and 1 right towards the end when you do your outro screens. But I think it turns people off if they click on your video and they just see yellow mark, yellow mark, yellow mark, yellow mark.
Yeah.
Because then you just show your true colors why you're here. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Some post theirs all the way at the end.
But yeah, like, I seen one of the YouTubers had put on, like, he had put a thing up about the skipped clicks or skipping through their other YouTubers' ad
Yeah.
revenues. Like
Josh did that. Southern Afterlife Paranormal. Josh, he posted that up. But
yeah,
if you
I
skip the
always
ads,
try.
yeah.
Yeah, I always try to watch. Like if it's somebody I enjoy watching, I just let the video play through. I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I have skipped through, like when I'm really interested in what they're doing, I have skipped just so I can get to watching the next part of it. But by and large, I try.
I can't lie. I skipped them all. Can't lie.
I think I'm gonna slip off here. Find me a place to lay my head down. But I want to thank you for having me up here.
Oh, Vel, I can't thank you enough for coming and hanging out with us.
Oh, good night.
I was thinking sometimes, like I
Absolutely. See ya. See ya, Vel.
Yeah.
watch your spook there, Ripley.
Yeah, he's gonna be there all night. I've got a feeling he's mad at me, I believe.
Just give him his records back. He'll be all right.
What?
I'll blue real.
It's so awesome to look at things retrospectively. Like, been doing this channel for about 6 months now, maybe 7. And I can remember being introduced to Vale and Ripley as well with that when I was originally part of the clown gang, or whatever, and he used to share videos one point in time, and that was one of the ones he would always play was through the veil, and it's interesting. I would like to know more about that kind of a YouTuber and being blessed and everything, knowing that I'm actually talking to her and everyone else here, Ripley, Ops and Rev and Jax and many others. It's pretty cool to broaden her horizons of past one YouTuber who used to post everything of everyone else's stuff. So it's cool.
Yeah. I actually feel quite blessed to be able to be a part of you guys' stream. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
For the most part, everybody who is kind of part of the group, part of the fam. I mean, it's funny. Like if I go to a past life live stream, I'm pretty much going to catch the same people in mine and Revs. I mean, we have a good group of people who follow.
We do.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, how many? David's still in here. You know what I mean? And you can go to anybody's live stream. One of the first comments in the live stream is going to be his, and one of the last comments in the live stream is going to be his.
Yes.
He is always there.
And you got others. I'm not going to mention names, but you got others that are part of that family, and you don't see them anywhere but their own channels.
Yeah.
It irritates me, but God love them. You gotta just keep smiling and move on.
Yeah, and like I've told everybody here for past week, I've not felt good. You know what I mean? But I've made it a point. I mean, even if it's a drive-by, hi-bye, I want to click on their live stream or their video so they get that, that recognition that it got viewed. You know what I mean? They get another click. And I'm going to say, hey, man, love you guys. Just wanted to stop and say hi. I'm going to get back out of here. You know what I mean?
You've been hanging out with mine, so that's appreciated. I didn't know you were feeling bad at all.
Yeah.
I know you and Ripley have been, yeah.
Yeah, I've been sick for the past, few days. You know what I mean? But
I'm keeping a headache.
But yeah, I mean, but by and large, man, we all travel. And it's like I told you today when you bounced in, hey, brother, if you got a live stream you want to do, let's migrate to yours. You know what I mean? Like there's no competition between all of us that's here together. You know what I mean? It's not like we're trying to cut the balls off the other guy. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, dude, I've been up for X amount of hours. You want to take this over? You know what I mean? And I've seen you do it before. I've seen you cut your live stream and go because somebody else come up. Hey, let's go check out this one.
Yep. Sure have, and I will continue that. I just want to get those hours up and in so I can just be like, okay, I can move all of that aside and focus on more
How many
things.
hours you got left to get, brother?
Right now I'm 1,300. I should be 1,400 by tomorrow.
Still
Nice.
got
Yeah, I got another 4,000. Well, what?
you'll
What was
get
that?
there, man,
Yeah.
because
I'm getting there. It's about 25 to 45 hours per live stream for 2 hours.
Right.
you're
Depending on
getting
the
how many
time of
hours
night.
per? Hey, Haley.
I'm roughly getting around 30 hours for a
For a
2 hour
2-hour
stream.
live stream.
Mm-hmm. Don't know how, but yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, brother, you're a lot of times you're floating in there with anywhere between 15 to 20 people, and people aren't leaving; they're staying with you. So 2 hours times 15 people in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's your hours.
It's all his fangirls.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. I made that
You
comment
didn't
the other
mention that.
day.
You did, and it's so. I can say it on yours. I can't say it on my stream, but it's freaking annoying because they fight over me. It's like, are you kidding? Am I some possession?
I'm not fighting for you.
You're not. I know you're not.
No.
But you know
You
what I'm
can go
saying? Like,
wherever you want to go. Shoo.
I had to DM a few people and let them know, hey, look, I'm nobody's guy. Okay, like I love you all, but I'm no. We're not gonna fight.
Meow. Meow.
Yeah, it's your channel like that, brother. I mean, if single guy, if you ever want to find women, go to a PLE live.
Jesus, please do. Please.
Where they're all at.
Come and
It's like
take those women.
It's like a fucking dating service over
Have
there.
them, have them leave me alone. Jesus.
Thank God I'm married.
I'm hardly ever on, and I hardly ever do a live. I wanted to start doing more of them, but if I'm on, Ripley's on, or we're talking about, or I'm talking about, her or the kids. It's just, man, there are some thirsty ass women and men loafing on YouTube.
It's a thing.
I saw what happened last night on my stream.
Oh my God. I was looking at my TubeBuddy today, and it says that 61% of my subscribers are men. And between like the ages of 18 to 24, I'm like, dude, I'm like, okay, that's a little creepy.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at mine,
you've seen that number, but what's creepier is 18 to 24-year-olds watching a video of some girl.
Of a 46-year-old woman.
So mine is 73.8% men, 26.2 female, 40% 25 to 34. 35 to 44 is 39.0%.
Wow.
I'm such a noob that I don't have those stats.
Not yet. I think you got to wait 90 days for that.
I've got 38.2% from the United States, 14.3% from India, 10% from Turkey, and 0.3% from Malaysia.
It's
Malaysia.
those damn.
Yeah, what you said.
It's those damn Indian psychics.
That was on
mine.
That was on
that
Dave's.
was on David's. Yeah, that dude cracks me up.
Hilarious.
But usually with my videos, it's like 30. It's 45 to 54 years of age of male. Thank God for that one. And then for my live streams, it's 17 to 34 age range of female who are watching the lives.
Wow.
It beats the crap out of the guys. I mean,
you stud.
And you mentioned it before. It's all about the freaking mask. I mean,
It is.
if I was looking like
It
any of you
totally
all,
is.
there'd be like none of them around. I'm thinking with contemplating it, just to get them to leave me alone. Jesus.
Believe me, I get it. I understand your plight because I have witnessed it many times on your streams and whatnot, and even on my streams that you're a part of. It's crazy how.
And then when I go to South Cax, that's the most embarrassing part. I go to the South Cax and it follows me over there, and they're all calling me baby and everything else. I'm like,
Yeah.
Are you serious? I don't want people to think that I'm being that way. Come on.
No, I mean I throw out pet names every once in a while, but
No, you're good.
it's
You're good the way you
innocuous.
do it. Yeah.
Well, but I do that with everybody. That's the thing.
I know. But it's just
I
some
mean,
people
I'm
like
just
I
gonna,
gotta make a mention. I could
call
talk
Jack's,
something.
sit here and call Jack Sizzle Tits if I want to, and what is he gonna do?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a lie. I mean, with that beard, you can call him whatever you want.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Oh,
I'd be like, "How you doing?
How you doing?" I
Remember
can
that
see
night?
the red face in the dark. See the red.
Remember
in the
that
dark.
night we had him doing the laugh out loud, and he kept like he kept taking his screen off so he could do that like real high pitched laugh, and we were all dying laughing.
Sounds like Brooks would laugh.
Oh shit!
I love it.
Jack said, "Hell, in this day and age, she's happy to just be single. I've been married. Don't do it well."
Uh-oh.
Savage.
I tell you, sometimes it feels like it's better off.
I'm looking out for.
Jesus Christ!
I just laugh because it's PLE's is Match.com over there. I'm like, I go over for the comments sometimes just to sit there and watch.
I've been so close to making a tweet, so close a couple times here lately to make a tweet. I am not your dating service. Don't come here for that. Hey, Captain.
He's going to
A
bed.
little too late for that. My bad. I just looked up.
Captain Critter.
Captain Critter. He's going to bed. So.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit the sack, you guys.
Yeah. We've been at this one 5 hours.
Hit
Holy
my
shit.
channel for Pillow Talk.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that should you should rename your channel Pillow Talk with PLE.
Right.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. That might trigger some people.
Oh.
Just saying.
I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna say a word.
Jack says if you change it to that, he's not coming to your streams anymore.
No, because okay, when I first got back to the state, I ended up getting my own place, where I'm at now, and I ended up getting an Instant Pot. So I've been making all kinds of things on the Instant Pot. I've been making ribs and all kinds of stuff. So everyone is asking me about my meat. what I had with my meat. Oh, what did I make from meat? Whatever. It's like the ongoing joke is, I'm Italian, so I have sweet Italian sausage.
Oh no, sir.
Oh yeah. So there's a coupon that was made specially for me to get some Jax's meat for a low price.
Oh God.
That's great. I love it.
Come get your tasty, sweet Italian sausage from the Jack's Meat Market.
Exactly.
Oh Lord.
One per customer.
I need to find that coupon and change it to my profile picture.
Oh, that is classic. I love it.
So this is ongoing, and sometimes on a live, on certain people's lives, you can actually hear people say, "So, what did you have for meat today, Jax?"
I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for giving it context now.
Now I know.
That's what it means. So yeah.
Yeah, because somebody was talking about pork butt roast one day or something. I don't remember. And some kind of other taco.
Oh, that was me.
Yep.
That was me.
You remember those ones now, PLE?
Yep.
Yep.
Makes sense now, doesn't it?
Makes perfect sense now. It's like somebody flipped on the light bulb.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Pork butt tacos.
All right, well, go to bed, guys. Me and PLE have to stay up and get drunk and fall asleep on his live.
Too late.
Yep. If you guys are going live, then I will switch over to you guys.
Well, he is. I'm not. He is. I'm not.
And I'll set and make horrible comments to your followers.
Well, thanks for having me up, Ghost Ops. I appreciate
Hey,
it.
Jax, brother, I was tickled to death to see you come up on the panel and be in, brother. Anytime I have something up, it's an open invite. I get tired of putting the link up and asking people to, if I throw a link up, it's everybody, it's free reign. Come up. The people that loaf within our group, I don't have to worry about them coming up and doing crazy stuff. You know what I mean? So it's an open invite. Anytime I got one going, I like the panels because it's so much more fun to have everybody in here and talk and stuff.
Be verbally crazy. I don't wear a psychopath shirt for nothing.
Like all of our lives always end up when it's a big panel. It's a fun time people would get a kick out of if they would actually sit down and watch it because dude, there's a lot of times there's some funny shit that goes on in these panels.
We are freaking hilarious.
Lord have mercy. Oh, the hell.
We're hilarious. The whole big group is just, I mean, good God, there's so many funny people here.
There is. And there's a lot of like people who like to aggravate, like cut up and carry on with people. But by and large, I mean, people understand when people are joking and everyone gets along and nobody has an ego within the group. You know what I mean? Yeah. You have the more successful ones like Jax and Vel and South Cax, but you wouldn't know that they have 100 subscribers or 800 subscribers. They don't treat us any different. You know what I mean?
Right. Us tiny guys.
And that goes a long way. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. All right. Well, you, Jax, Shoe, Kya, Mush, go to bed.
Okay. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, Jax. You have a good one.
Take care.
Just be careful when you go to bed. Just remember that guy's going to be whispering in your ear.
They're watching you.
Don't be doing nothing funny.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What would you do if that guy was to whisper in your ear and be like, I'm ready to exchange for the coupon. It's time to let me see that sweet Italian sausage.
Come on.
Oh. Good Lord. I pity that you have to deal with this on a daily basis, Ripley.
I'm used to it.
I know
she gets it way worse.
Somebody gets drunk in that house.
I get drunk and I black out. I don't remember shit.
Much.
Okay. See you, Jax.
Bye, Jax.
Well, guys, I'm going to cut it off. Do you want to jump into yours, past life? And I'm just going to jump in the comments. I'm going to turn it on and I'll lay down in bed.
Yeah, I'll lay down in bed too while I.
Yeah. I'll let you get one going.
Yep.
All right. Then I'll see you guys there.
I think we're 5 hours and 18 minutes into it. It's been a good one. Thank you, Rev, for coming in. And past life, thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
Ripley.
No problem. Thanks for having me up. Definitely.
Yes, sir.
But I'll end it with saying it's a pretty awesome live stream. 5 hours, and it seemed like we were only here for an hour. So
Yep.
Hell
It
I
was,
think
yeah.
it was
everybody that
good.
come up on the panel, everybody who come up and commented, it means a lot, guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks
And
for
Right
having
on, brother.
let's go from here. I think Past Life's going to start his up. Let's go jump on his and see what he's got going on.
The
Right
pasty white
on.
guy.
Pasty white guy.
Match.com.
See you guys. Love
Hey
y'all.
guys.
Good night.